in amateur MMA. Here we have the red corner and preparing to take on Ireland's to get the rear naked choke is Nadine Abbott-Bissett, was the 2019 European silver medalist, as well as a 2019 Junior World silver medalist. So she definitely knows a thing or two about getting medals for Ireland, and she looks the part so far.
Small shots with the right hand. Stay square on the back for me. Stay square. Good, there it is.
And now that she's got the body triangle locked in, it is so hard for Kazakhstan's Tuime Gozunis to get out of this. What you might want to do is roll over to one side so that the grip or so the body triangle loosens somewhat.
Shots to the belly with the right hand. Rotate your thumb to the ceiling to pull it out.
That is, of course, easier said than done when you're also simultaneously trying to defend a submission.
1 minute left.
In some situations, it might just be better to try and, give up the round, concede that you've lost it, and come back stronger. Because if you make one mistake in this position, you may very well end up tapping and leaving the UAE without a medal.
Big shots with the right hand. That's it, Nadine. Good. Flatter out, flatter out. Good.
Oh, that's some pretty decent strikes on the ground there.
Pull your left elbow back to your left shoulder.
And yeah, it's right in front of a broadcast position. Now I can see that the choke isn't quite under the chin.
Use your underhook, Nadine. 20 seconds, 20 seconds. Big shots here with the right hand. Well done, Nadine. Complete domination. Good stuff. 15 seconds.
Oh, she gets out of it, but it's out of the frying pan into the fire. Abbott-Bissett just raining down shots. Oh, that might have been a situation of being saved by the bell. She was working to get the armbar there, but had about half a second to work on it. Well, no mystery as to who won that first round. That was complete domination from Ireland's Nadine Abbott-Bissett. And Kazakhstan's Tuime Gozunis just couldn't get into the fight. She was stuck on defense from the start of the round until the finish. And as mentioned, Ireland and Kazakhstan are two nations that consistently do very, very well in the IMMAFs. Two countries with a long and storied career, or long and storied history in different martial arts. Okay, here we go. Round number 2.
Double leg under those shots. Double leg. Level change.
Sure, Zunis wants to keep it on the feet, and you can see Abbott Bissett, she likes to take the back, and she does it once again, right back to the same position she was in the very first round. And she's got pretty much the entire second round to work. Now right in front of our broadcast position.
Holding her glove rest. Flatten her out, Nadine. Use your hips.
She's got to be a little bit careful, though, Abbott Bissett. She could end up on the bottom if she doesn't mind her P's and Q's.
Yes. Good. Well done.
Yeah, now she's sort of readjusted her position. This is much better for her.
Stay square on the back. Stay square. Slow it down. Slow it down. You're in full control. Good. Slow it down. That's excellent work. 1 minute gone. Loads of time, Nadine.
This has been just a taxing battle. Is that it? That's the tap. Wow, that was complete one-way traffic from Ireland's Nadine Abbott Bissett. Talk about a showcase performance, leaving no room for doubt or even any offense from her opponent. We've got a clear-cut contender for the gold here at women's atomweight. Nadine Abbott Bissett kicks things off with a complete and utter domination, scoring the second round rear naked choke and really making her mark here, day 3 of competition. All right, we are continuing with the second bout of the day here at Cage 3. Here we have Kazakhstan's Nurjamal Starikova entering the cage. And here in the red corner, we have India's Vridi Kumari. And so the winner here will advance to the finals. And India have done quite well this year compared to previous years. It really speaks to the growth of MMA in the populous nation. Oh, that was a little bit of poor sportsmanship there from the Indian. Faked the glove touch. Oh, that was a nice overhand right from Starikova. So the winner here will face Ireland's Nadine Abbott Bissett for the gold.
Knee to the thigh. There you go. Now spin to your left.
Jockeying for position here against the cage.
Control first. Control first. It's okay. Again, you can download. When she strikes, you can download. Good. Knee. You can also throw some knees. Go for it.
And the Indian corner really calling for knees here up against the cage. It's not a bad idea. Even just knees to the thighs. It'll soften up your opponent quite a bit. And there's hardly anything that's going to be fight ending, but it can add just a little 1% advantage to your game overall if you've got a little bit more pop in your step than your opponent. Okay, they separate. I suspect we'll see, yeah, I was just about to say it. I suspect we'll see another overhand from a Kazakhstani fighter. So the shot there was kind of telegraphed, but Kumari still has managed to get underhooks. So let's see if that will translate to a takedown, but we now see Sadikova gets one underhooks for over-under. Some good old school foot stomps, and it's actually Sadikova got her opponent to the ground there. Oh, nice takedown there. Oh, went to full mount. Great way for Sadikova to turn things around. Those are some solid shots there. Some of them are hitting the arm, but some are getting through as well. But this is good defense here from Kumari. Standing up, trying to shake her opponent off like it was a Taylor Swift song. But look at this, we're getting an armbar attempt in the final 10 seconds. I don't think there's going to be enough time to secure it, though. And that is proper defense there from India's Riddhi Kumari. Great first round of action. And with a quick little analysis, let's hand it over to veteran and beloved MMA journalist, Mr. Simon Head.
That was a really tough round to score early on. A lot of clinch work up against the cage, Seb, and I was beginning to wonder what the judges were going to actually try and score in that first round. But then right at the very end, we saw some offense from Sadikova. And after all that clinch, she finally gets the fight to the ground and very nearly gets the armbar submission. Another 30 seconds left in that round. We may well be crowning a winner right now. We had all the aggression early on, a bit cheeky at the start, faked the glove touch, then the body kick. But we didn't really see too much aggression after that. A lot of work up against the clinch. Need it in the open in the second round. Certainly, Sadikova will want it in the open in the second round. But if she can get it to the mat, that seems to be where she's got the advantage. Let's see how it goes in the second round.
Apt analysis, as always, from Mr. Simon Head. Here we have Madeleine Fagerlind, the Pearl of South Sweden, in charge of the action. Yes, I do suspect Sadikova will try to take the fight to the ground after having all that success previously, like Mr. Head alluded to there. Oh, it was a nice straight right there from Sadikova. And that jab is getting through. There's an overhand. You know, for as successful as Sadikova was on the ground, she's definitely doing quite well on the feet here as well. Just a little bit sharper with her striking. Spinning attack misses there, though she might have abandoned it mid-spin. Another nice overhand. Sadikova connects with a left and gives her opponent a little smile as well. There's an overhand. Kick there just kind of grazes, and there is the clinch. And again, we see a nice trip there, and once more straight into mount. Be careful what you wish for. See here, Sadikova trying to go. Oh, but that was what I was alluding to in the previous bout. If you don't have your position locked down, your opponent might turn and end up on top. So it was a great start of round 2 for Sadikova, but now we see Vridi Kumar on top. Here's that armbar attempt. But as you can see, Kumari, she had her head up against the fence, which pretty much just blocked the legs of the young Kazakhstani fighter. But I think she's going for it again, it looks like. Yeah, there it is. Can she get it? Oh, that looks... It might be a little bit low. Yeah. Here is another armbar attempt. And if nothing else, even if she's not necessarily getting the best armbars in the world, it is at least stopping the offense of Kumari. Even though she's on top, she hasn't really managed to score a whole lot of offense. Here are some strikes, but it is a defensive grappling here, but really is stopping the offense for the Indian fighter. All right, there we have it. Another great round in the books. And speaking of greats, let's hear from Mr. Simon Head once again with the analysis or round number 2.
Much better round there for Nurzamil Sadikova. You can tell that the corner said to her between rounds after that first round, keep the space, work the space, strike from distance. And it worked a treat. And then when eventually the fight, even when the fight went to the mat, working off her back, she was the aggressor at all times. Even though she was on her back, normally seen to be sort of the inferior position, she was the one threatening with the offense, going for the armbar. She may well be 2 rounds up here, given on the effectiveness of the offense. It's going to need to be a big third round from Tomego Zunis if she's going to pull this one out and get herself a bronze medal.
Absolutely. So far, it's looking like Nurjamal Sadikova will get a medal for her home nation if things continue as we have so far. Say most likely it is 2-0 to Kazakhstan so far, so that means that India's Vridi Kumar has got to make something big happen. And fighting at a distance hasn't really been working out so well for her so far. Nice jab, snaps the head back of her opponent. And see, that was a telegraph takedown attempt that Sadikova easily recognized. Another, yeah, easily thwarted. Oh, and right into mount. Okay, defense holding up so far for Kumari. Working her way back up. And it's kind of been in the clinch where Kumari has been most successful. She's probably going to be wary of the chest, but oh, look at that. Once again, Sadikova gets it, but look at this. Kumari gets the reversal, is now on top in half guard. And you can see here she wants to pass, but Sadikova recognizes that as well, trying to isolate the right leg. Oh, that's nice work there from Sadikova. Getting back up from a disadvantageous position, but wow. Standing back mount there for Kumari, but she's a bit too high. She's gonna slide off. Apparently not. What a upset it would be if Kumari manages to pull off a victory here in the third round after being handled the way she was in the second. That really speaks to her heart. Oh, a jockey for positioner. Sadikova could end up on top. But no, Kumari retains the top position. It's just back and forth grappling action here. Oh. It looked like Kumari was perhaps going for a submission from the bottom. Sadikova recognized that danger though. Final 10 seconds. Who has what it takes to advance to the finals? Oh, nice back take there. But not enough time to work. Both fighters happy with their performances, but obviously only one can advance to the finals. Mr. Simon Head, what's your take on the fight overall? And if you're a judge, who are you giving this to?
We needed to see a big round out of Vidri Kumari, and we got one, but I think the judges are probably going to go with the blue corner. I think the Kazakhstani athlete, Sadikova, did just enough through those 3 rounds, certainly the first 2 rounds, to get the job done. Best, tightest round of the fight was certainly the last one. We'll see how the judges have scored it. My scorecard, of course, very unofficial.
That's true. We have the judges' scorecards being collected, and we will soon have the official results from Mr. DNM here in the building. Let's hear it. Okay. I'm a little bit surprised at that, but I guess India's Vidri Kumari will be advancing to the finals to face Ireland's Nadine Abbott-Bissett. It's definitely a strong third round for Kumari.
And the road kings of Golden Fight unanimous decision. In the blue corner representing Sweden, Josephine Montague. And making their way towards the cage, one in the blue corner representing Finland, Sonja Pujalainen. And her opponent in the red corner representing Poland, Paulina Wisniewska.
All right, we are moving up to women's junior flyweights. So that is 56.7 kilograms or 125 pounds. It's Ireland versus Norway. So here we have Victoria Paulsen from Norway in the red corner and Ireland's Ebba Cruz in the blue. Mr. Alexander Lunga in charge of the action. And the winner here will face Kaya Sullivan of Ireland in the finals. And that is no easy feat. She is a rising star, won she was silver in the 2019 Youth World Cup and a silver in the World Championships and a gold in the Junior World Cup. See if Paulsen can use that reach of hers to keep her opponent at bay. It was a nice little leg kick and a front kick to boot there from Cruz.
Good shot. Good head movement, David. Keep that head movement.
Oh, that was a nice strike combination there.
Off the fence.
Norwegian corner calling for knees. Paulsen obliges. Knees in the clinch when you're a tall fighter, or at least taller than your opponent, can be a gold mine, as you can reach up to sort of their higher chest, solar plexus, and really do some damage.
Oh, lovely job.
Oh, that was a nice left there from Cruz that got through.
Lovely job.
Oh, that was a nice left hand, snaps back the head of Paulsen, and the power advantage seems to reside with Ireland's Ebba Cruz so far. But that was a nice little strike combination from the Norwegian that lands. Oh, spinning back fist there, connected, perhaps not completely flush, but definitely did some damage. So far, neither fighter trying to take it to the ground. They're both content with striking.
1 minute, Ava. Wow! Lovely shot.
Paulsen sometimes lowers her guard quite a bit. You got to be careful, wary of that overhand.
That's all great work, Ava.
Jab landed there.
Just keep your head high. Don't give that
Let's see if Paulsen can get some of those knees working in the clincher. She could definitely do some damage, but she's just got to be careful. Knees to the head are not allowed in amateur MMA. And there's another spinning attack. Seems to have landed more on the shoulder, however. Thing is, she's kind of telegraphing those spinning attacks, and you've really got to be careful. If your opponent starts realizing that you're going to spin, she could very well take the back. All right, so a pretty even first round. Mr. Simon Head, what do you make of the first round, and how do you score it on our unofficial scorecards?
I think I'd probably just about edge it to Ebba Cruz. I think she might not have the height and reach advantage, but the output is definitely there. She seems to be the more aggressive striker. The Norwegian corner did not look that happy with Victoria Paulsen at points. They were giving her a real telling off during the fight. I think they want more output out of their fighter. Ebba Cruz constantly pushing forward, constantly throwing strikes. Her body kicks were doing particularly well. As for Victoria Paulsen, her best shots so far have been those knees to the body in the clinch. If you can initiate the clinch, keep it in the clinch, use her height, her weight, her strength advantage potentially, rip those knees to the body, I think she can start to slow down Ebba Cruz and maybe turn this fight in her favor in the second half of the fight.
In complete agreement. A couple of knees to the breadbasket will definitely take something out of you. It's a bit to see if Paulsen could sort of get the clinch established, perhaps up against the cage even, isolate her opponent and just fire off those knees. Oh, definitely some more intensity here in these exchanges. Good body kick there, lands from Cruz.
That's it. Great head movement, David.
Thing is, Paulson, she kind of leaves her chin up in the air in some of these exchanges, and she's really got to be careful about that.
Stick with that and the blitz.
Very animated Norwegian corner. I'm sure they know of all the potential and talent that their fighter possesses, and they want to bring the best out of her. Oh, that was a nice little counter back from Paulson. Clipped Cruz coming in. I gotta agree with Simon Head. I would like to see some more volume from Paulson. Keep that jab active. Not only will it frustrate Cruz, but it'll also sort of establish distance, and it'll help Paulson decide sort of where the striking exchanges take place, because she does have that height and reach advantage. Norwegian corner saying, take her down for F's sake.
Lovely head movement. As you slip here, that's the shot.
Oh, that was a nice little combination there from Cruz. See, that is the danger. Now, Paulson didn't really take advantage of it, but Cruz pretty much exposed her back there, and she could, had Paulson been a little bit quicker on the trigger, she could have just grabbed the back and perhaps dragged her opponent down to the ground. Personally, I would advise against some of those spinning attacks for Cruz, because she's not really what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to wait with throwing the strike until you have contact or eye contact with your opponent. Oh, that left hand is really getting through there for Cruz. I think Paulson might be a little hurt. Final 30 seconds of round number 2.
Head position. Ava, head position and let your right hand go. You only have 20 seconds. 10 seconds, Ava. Give me one more to blitz. One more to blitz.
Oh, that straight left lands once again. Oh, knocks him. Oh, it was actually Cruz's mouthpiece opened out. It looked for a moment like she knocked out her opponent's mouthpiece, but still, that was a strong round for Cruz. She really picked it up. Mr. Head, what's your take on it?
I think what we really saw in that round 2, Eva Cruz just imposing her will. She was making sure she was first. She was making sure she was last out of every exchange. And we started to see Victoria Paulson looking a little bit demoralised. Her corner screaming for a takedown. There was no sign of a takedown. It has been almost sort of first, second gear stuff from Paulson in that round. She doesn't seem to be able to find that little bit extra that she needs to really match the intensity of Eva Cruz, who, if she carries on at this rate, she's going to be facing her fellow Irish teammate, Kaya O'Sullivan, in the semi-finals. 2 Irish medals could be secured right now in the next 3 minutes.
Absolutely, yeah. I think we are seeing a little bit of we did see a bit of a demoralized Paulson there. And as you said, Mr. Head, Kaya O'Sullivan already in the semifinals. And let's see who joins her. There's still a whole round left to work. I like that straight right to the body, or straight left rather.
Just a little side to side, David, that's all. Small move.
Norwegian corner really trying to egg their fighter on.
Good hand positioning.
She does seem a little bit more flat-footed, and I think that is a bit of the issue. She could be a little bit more mobile. She really could use that reach to her advantage. And she's not taking advantage of the moments where Cruz exposes her back. Another nice straight left gets through there. Oh, a spinning back fist lands pretty well. Poulsen responds with a couple strikes of her own. Half of a round has expired now. That's just a snapping straight left there from Cruz, really finding its mark. There's that spinning back fist again. Didn't seem to land with complete authority. But Poulsen is starting to look a little more tired, a little more labored compared to her opponent. Guard is much lower. And I like how Cruz is sort of going to the body and going to the head. That is instinctively lowering Poulsen's guard. I mean, when you take a hard strike to the body, you will just sort of by automatic, your anatomy, you will lower your arms to kind of shield that area a little bit. Final 30 seconds, and in my opinion, Poulsen needs to make something big happen here if she is gonna join Kaya O'Sullivan in the semifinals.
Get ready, get your head up. Don't give the front headlock. That's better. Yes.
Jockeying for position here against the cage.
Trip Ava, left knee in the middle and throw her over your hip.
And there we have it, 3 rounds in the books. Some very fun exchanges on the feet, and it looks like it will be an all-Irish affair in the semifinals so far. Simon, what's your take on it?
I think you just said it. All-Irish semi-final. That was a great performance from Eva Cruz. She never let up. She never gave Victoria Poulsen a moment's rest during the full 3-round duration. Just kept the work rate up through the entire fight. Great performance from her. I think straight away at the end of the fight, Victoria Poulsen basically congratulated Eva on her performance. That was a great display from her. Made sure she was absolutely get the result right now. There we go. Daniel Mirza makes it official. We have an all-Irish semi-final. 2 medals in the bag for Team Ireland here at the 2021 IMMAF World Championships.
Yep, there you have it. It will be Kaya O'Sullivan versus Eva Cruz in one of the semifinals. And there we have Mr. John Kavanagh in the corner of Cruz, so no surprise that she looked good on the feet.
In the red corner, representing Poland, Paulina Wisniewska.
And still credit to Norway. Small nation where MMA is illegal, making it this far is still something to be proud of.
The red corner is the blue corner representing in the one ring the returning champion, Sabrina De Souza. And our opponent in the red corner representing Mexico, Andrea Guzman.
All right, it will be a Latin American battle here as we move up. Move up to women's featherweight, so that's 65.8 kilograms, 145 pounds. Here we've got the champ, Sabrina De Souza, one of the most heralded fighters in this division. She just has a wealth of merits. Undefeated, reigning world featherweight champion and European Open gold medalist. She even has defeated lightweight world champ Michelle Montague in the Euros. And in the opposite corner from Mexico, we've got Andrea Guzman, who's got her work cut out for her, but it would mean so much if she could get a win here. Oh, that's a nice right hand connected right off the bat there for De Souza. Nice job there from De Souza. Right in, she caught the kick there and is now right into side control. And Sabrina De Souza, of course, representing Bahrain, but hails from Brazil originally. And she is wasting no time here, fighting like she's double parked. She's working for the armbar. And Guzman needs to try and step over, put her leg over the head of De Souza. Easier said than done. You could see there that De Souza is trying to stop Guzman from getting her leg over. Some strikes to the head there to soften her up. Oh, there she's got it, and there is the tap. Wow, that is why she is the champ. I didn't even have enough time to list all of the medals she has scored. That was impressive. And still, Bahrain's Sabrina Laurentina De Souza gets the first round submission victory. Looked pretty much flawless. I mean, yeah, what more can be said, Simon, really? That was over almost before it started.
Wow. That's all you can say. Wow. That was absolutely dominant, world-class, superb performance from De Souza. And potentially it sets up one of the fights of the 2021 IMMAF World Championships. Coming up next, we have Michelle Montague of New Zealand versus Nina Karinova of the RMMAU. Sabrina defeated Montague in the Euros final. We could have a rematch in the semi-finals as they go at it for a place in the final. We will find out if Montague can make it through for what would be an absolutely dynamite semi-final match. That is coming up next, right here on Cage 3.
Handling this commentating gig like a natural, Mr. Head. And yeah, wouldn't that be something if we got to see a rematch between these two rising stars here in IMMAF? De Souza and Michelle Montague are two of the hottest prospects in this division. And there we've got her, New Zealand's Michelle Montague in the blue corner and in the prep point. And there she enters the cage, composed, stoic. And here we've got her opponent, the RMMAU's Nina Karinova. She's got her work cut out for her. Montague has a long list of impressive merits. And she looks noticeably bigger than her opponent does, Michelle Montague. But size isn't everything, as we saw between Cruz and Victoria Paulson earlier. Paulson had a height and reach advantage, but just couldn't really use it. Here we go, round number one starts off. So, of course, Michelle Montague, a rising star. She is a 2019 and 2020 Oceania lightweight gold medalist. Oh, that was a nice left hand there. Staying mobile. And as She is in southpaw. That straight right will be a great, or straight left will be a great weapon for her.
And his opponent in the red corner representing the
Yes, good girl.
There is a takedown there, and she gets it. Nice work there from the Kiwi, Michelle Montague. She also has a 2019 World Lightweight Gold.
Good, step to the back. Step to the back. Yeah.
Inside control now.
representing
Stay
Sweden.
strong with your head. Turn the corner. Turn the corner.
And their opponent in the red corner representing
You can see here Karinova, she's got a bit of a guillotine grip, but it is not in an ideal position. As you can see here, Montague
Punch and then strip it.
in sort of a
Hit her body.
deep
hit her
half.
body. Yeah, harder. Yeah, good. Just get a little
She's not really in any danger here.
You're safe. She's not under your chin.
And we did see a Von Flue choke at cage 3 here yesterday, so
Keep working her. Good pressure. It's
Wonder
gonna pop,
if
and then Von Flue will be there.
we'll see something else. And there, Montague is out.
Watch the leg.
And
Pull the
this
leg.
is bad for the Russian neutral athlete, Nina Karinova.
Now make her pay, yeah? Stay heavy, don't get too excited. Get that pressure down through your body and hit her again. Pressure down through your body and hit her again.
Take your time, Mish. We've got 1 minute. Take your time.
Need a belly if you want.
And Montague working very methodically here.
Take the hips,
I mean, the strikes and ground and pound are definitely hard, but you can see she is very composed in this as well. Nice job there, bro, from Karinova getting back to the feet. But the question is, for how long?
Come forward, pressure into the fence. Knee the body.
Okay, nice job there from the Russian neutral athlete, getting back to her feet.
Work your legs, work your
There's
legs.
another takedown attempt. Oh, look at that. They bounce off the cage, and Karinova ends up on top. She's got the back here.
20 seconds, Michelle. Shut her off.
Nice job of Montague trying to isolate one of the arms of her opponent, prevent that potential submission threat.
10 seconds.
Final 10 seconds.
The hook, Michelle. You can.
And what a turn of events here. Okay. Not enough time for Karinova to be able to pose a submission threat as such, but Mr. Simon Head, what do you think? Was that enough to steal the round?
It's a close one. I think Michelle Montague probably should get that first round. Dominant through most of it. Karinova did a pretty good job of nullifying Montague from off her back, using that guillotine and hanging onto it for as long as she did. Reduced the amount of action we actually saw on the mat during that round, but Montague looking very calm, very composed. She's been at these big tournaments before. She's had success in these big tournaments before, and you can see it in the way that she goes around the cage and is going about her business. She'll be looking to dominate once again, get the fight to the mat early, I would imagine, in round 2. But Karinova, just at the end of the round there, she showed if you don't mind your P's and Q's, you can find yourself in trouble.
Absolutely. But I think, as you alluded to, with the experience that Montague has, she can perhaps take that, just have a takeaway from that, of learning from that little mistake that she made, getting back into the fight. I mean, she seems completely unfazed. There is a reason she is such a hot prospect and so many people are talking about her. Oh, that was a nice left that got through again.
Get the buy-in. Hey, don't sit there. Don't sit there. That's the range. That's the range. That's the range.
Montague in orthodox now.
Thank you. Yes.
There, she gets her takedown, nicely timed.
Shoulder pressure.
I think that stance, which might have been related to her trying to time the takedown. Perhaps she saw something there where the opening presented itself. She's in half guard now. Let's see what she can do from this position. I know she's going to try to advance.
Good base. Stay low.
And you can see here Karinova trying to buck out of this position, but it is very hard to do when you have such a seasoned and experienced fighter like Michelle Montague on top of you.
Keep your hips a little bit lower. Yes. 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 Don't let her get those legs back in. Chuck that leg if you need to. Pass that knee. Or back step this side, Michelle. Back step this side. Kick your left leg backwards. Yes. Control your hips and start to hit her. You can start to work some ground and pound, Michelle. Watch the high guard, watch the arm bars. Start to work some punching. Start to work some punching.
Referee warning for activity here.
Posture.
And look at that, Karinova trying to get, she looked like she was trying to set up a submission threat from the bottom. But that's some good ground and pound there from Montague.
Good. Bring your leg back. Bring your leg back again.
You can see that Karinova, she kind of abandoned what she was doing there in favor of defense.
Control hips. Turn it up. Straight on it. Thank you.
I actually really liked what Montague did there. She allowed Karinova to get up just enough so that she could take it back. Look at that, she's got the rear naked choke. Don't quite think it's under the chin. No, it's not. But that still looks like a very tight squeeze. We have seen fighters tap to rear naked chokes. I like that Michelle Montague adjusted her body triangle there as well. Really a veteran move. Oh, there's the tap. Wow, Michelle Montague once again delivers another impressive victory. And she hasn't made it to the finals yet, but she seems to have the heart of a champion, consoling her opponent there, who was very disappointed. I say Karinova has nothing to be disappointed about. She was clearly the underdog heading into this fight, and she had some very nice moments, especially at the end of the first round. All right, Mr. Simon Head, what's your take on the fight?
Just solid grappling from Michelle Montague, taking the fight to the mat, dominating in that third round, getting the position, and we're going to get the result from Daniel Mirza. Just waiting for the announcement, but that was a superb performance from Michelle Montague, and as I said before the fight, sets up an absolutely dynamite semi-final with Sabrina De Souza of Bahrain. That will be one of the bouts of the tournament so far, and I think we are now just about ready to get that announcement from DNM.
With the result, let's hear it from Mr. DNM.
But over in Cage 3, this fight comes to a close in the second round. I'm declaring your winner out of the blue corner, representing New Zealand, Michelle Montague.
Michelle Montague advances one step closer to the gold. She is definitely a fighter to keep an eye on. Living up to the hype and then some. We are staying at women's featherweight for the next bout as we receive a Czech Republic against Kazakhstan.
In the prep point and cage 4, in the blue corner, representing the Czech Republic, Eva Mello. In the red corner, representing Kazakhstan, Asa Abdikaladeh. In the prep point and cage 3, in the blue corner, representing the Czech Republic, Katerina Sullivan. And her opponent on the red corner, representing Kazakhstan, Zansaya Yermagomedova.
All right, so there we have Zansaya Yermagomedova Try saying that name 3 times fast. And Katerina Lisova of the Czech Republic in the blue corner. In the 2021 World Cup, she did very well on home soil in Prague, Czech Republic. She made it all the way to the finals, but was submitted by Norway's Cecilia Bulander. And Lisova looks noticeably bigger than her opponent. And I think the fact that she made it so far, but then ended up losing relatively quickly in the finals, it's probably created a bit of a sense of revenge for Lisova. I'm sure she is here better than ever, ready to right the wrongs that happened in the final of the World Cup. So I like that the Kazakhstani fighter is pressing forward here, giving her opponent something to think about. It's a nice, hard, slapping leg kick there from Kazakhstani fighter. And of course, there is something to be said of general mood and momentum. Katerina Lisova's countryman, Jiří Procházka, will challenge for the UFC light heavyweight title later this year. Something that I'm sure brings a boost of confidence and morale. It's a nice straight there from Nurmagomedova. Overhand there as well, but didn't quite land. Nice defense there from the Kazakhstani fighter. Nurmagomedova did a very nice job of slipping those punches. She's done quite well for defensive striking as a Kazakhstani fighter. I like the counter there. She hasn't necessarily landed completely flush yet, but that really is just a matter of time. You start finding your rhythm and your distance as the fight goes on. Stiff jab lands there for Lisova. There's that overhand. Oh, spinning back fist misses there. I am really liking the head movement here of Kazakhstan's Jansaya Nurmagomedova. Definitely keeping herself in the fight. Mr. Simon Head, what's your takeaway from this first round?
That was a fun, well-contested round, spent entirely on the feet. Nurmagomedova really hammering those leg kicks in. That was probably the best strikes of the round. Lisova looking perhaps slightly more, slightly better with her overall boxing, and feels to me like she's kind of easing her way in. She's still trying to learn the Kazakhstani athlete's cadence a little bit, but really not getting a moment's peace. It's a tricky one to score. You know, do you go with the aggression or do you go with the slightly cleaner work of the Czech athlete? This is anyone's fight as we head into round 2.
Absolutely. I do not envy the judges after this first round. And if you were to look at credentials, I mean, you would think that the European Cup silver medalist would be a little bit more dominant, but just goes to show anything can happen in MMA. You can never count anyone out. We've already had quite a few upsets so far in this year's World Championship. Slapping inside leg kicker from Lisova. I like the way that Nurmagomedova is countering here. And as we shorter fighter, you know that that overhand will be coming a couple times. She's perhaps a little too wild and uncontrolled in some of her strikes. That was a nice little punch to the body, then hook to the head that landed. And I like that Lisova has kind of amped up the aggression a little bit. It seems like in the first round, she was backing up quite a bit. Here she is the one pressing the action as well. It's a little bit more back and forth. Nice push kick to the body there. Oh, that was a winging overhand right, something reminiscent of a baseball match. Oh, that was a front kick that almost ran into the head, but look at that. Very brief takedown there for Nurmagomedova. And they separate once again. But the threat of that takedown could plant just a little seed of doubt or hesitation. So even though she didn't, the Kazakhstani fighter didn't necessarily get to spend any top time. Oh, look, she catches the leg. Drops down. But that is some very good defensive wrestling there from Lisova. Oh, that was a nice straight right that got through for Nurmagomedova. That was a nice hard leg kick. Caused a proper thud here. Spinning back fist misses once again for Katerina Lisova. And another pretty tightly contested round, Simon. What do you say?
Katerina Lisova may be a World Cup silver medalist, but she is in a fight right now. This is a really, really well contested back and forth scrap. The judges could be seeing this either way. You know, it's kind of what do you prefer? Do you want the all-out aggression, the big winging shots, or do you prefer the more controlled aggression from Lisova? I'm beginning to wonder whether Nurmagomedova might be starting to edge this. She's just not stopping. She's throwing heavier shots when they connect. They're ringing around this auditorium that we're in. This is on a knife edge. I think whoever gets a big round in this third round could end up walking away with a decision. It is that close.
Absolutely. I mean, I think on paper this seemed to be a little bit more of a one-sided fight, but in practice it is something else. And luckily these fights are not fought on paper. They are fought inside the cage. And I like the demeanor of Nurmagomedova. Like you said, she's keeping us very close. A single takedown or hard strike or something like that could be enough to steal this entire fight and advance one step closer to the finals. Nice hard leg kick there, gets a bit of a stumble out of Lisova. And Nurmagomedova showing that she is willing to catch the kicks. And if she were to get a takedown, that really could be all she needs to win here. If I were Lisova, I'd be a little careful with the spinning back. That was a nice right hand connected there from the Kazakhstani. See the nose of Lisova is reddening up quite a bit. And the lead leg of Lisova is also definitely starting to get a little bit red. I mean, they are going for it. Both fighters are doing very well in these exchanges. Another nice straight right there for Nurmagomedova. Nurmagomedova staying in the pocket, willing to take a shot to give one. There's a takedown attempt. Oh, it's so close. I think she's going to abandon it. Perhaps not. But very nice defense there from De Souza. Oh, that's a nice succession of leg kicks there from De Souza. Oh, and another heavy right hand from Nurmagomedova. They are going for it, swinging wildly here. But it looks like Nurmagomedova starts to slow down a little bit. She eats a hard combination there. De Souza proving why she was a silver medalist in the World Cup. Oh, look at that, she's backing her up. And the accumulation of shots here is really starting to make a difference. De Souza has taken a lead here. Oh, that's like 4 strikes in a row, 5 that connected. Wow, what an exciting fight. It was so even initially, but Katarina De Souza slowly started edging out her opponent in the 3rd round. What do you say, Simon?
What a fight. That's the best fight we've seen so far today. Brilliant back and forth action. Incredible head movement from Nurmagomedova. Obviously, she's got a solid boxing background. You know, hit but don't get hit. She was doing a great job at points in that fight. But eventually, Katarina De Souza started to find her range. Struggled a bit early on in the round to really find a home for her shots. Missed with quite a lot. But as the round went on, she really found a home for her shots. And I think she took it going down the stretch there. Took that last round, and that may well prove decisive when we go to the judges' scorecards. We are about to find out. Daniel Nassim Mirza has the scorecards, and he's about to give us the verdict.
Oh, look at that! Jansaya Nurmagomedova defeats the European Cup silver medalist, advances 1 step closer to the finals. Another upset here at cage number 3. Nurmagomedova soaking it in. Wow.
That was incredible. We thought that De Souza may just have taken it down the stretch, but those first 2 rounds, it was the aggression in those first 2 rounds. She really took the fight to the World Cup silver medalist. Ran out of steam a little bit down the stretch, but that was a hard fought fight, and I think you wouldn't have argued too much if it had gone either way. But what a result, and the Kazakhstan fans just across the cage from us going absolutely bonkers. Huge win for them. Superb fight.
Absolutely. I mean, it is still a round by round way of winning the fights, and yeah, the first 2 rounds just simply went to the very aggressive Jansaya Nurmagomedova. And there is a little something to be said of momentum as well, as on cage 4 we had another Kazakhstani fighter defeat another Czech fighter. Okay, 2 titans of IMMAF collide as we have Ukraine versus the RMMAU.
Representing the Kingdom of Bahrain, Mohammed Al-Samai, and his opponent in the red corner, representing Tajikistan, Nuruddin.
Here we have Ukraine's Dmitry Makarov entering the cage. And this is the men's junior strawweight, so 52.2 kilograms or 115 pounds. Makarov, no stranger to winning medals. He's actually the 2021 Junior World Cup gold medalist. And here we have the RMMAU's Alijon Salokhinidov. And here we go. Makarov, more than just a 2021 Junior World Cup gold medalist. He also got the 2019 Youth bronze. Nice little wild exchange there. And oh, it looked like we almost saw a hip toss there from the Russian neutral athlete, but Makarov, experienced and seasoned here in the IMMAFs. Almost took the back there, did Makarov. Kind of turning things around here. He's got his hands clasped together, trying to go for a takedown, but good defense there from Salokhinidov. Oh, nice job using the wizard there. Makarov really pressing forward, trying to get this takedown, but they are so evenly matched so far in the wrestling department. Now it's Salokhinidov who gets the more advantageous position and will establish a takedown there. Nice work there from the red corner.
Смотри за ногами, постоянно контролируй ноги. Постоянная работа, Али.
As mentioned, these are two nations that always do well in the IMMAFs. Both nations with a long history of Sambo and other martial arts. Oh, it looked like we were going to see a submission attempt from the bottom. Look at that. Oh, Makarov trying to use the cage to his advantage. Couldn't quite push off properly. Some pretty decent ground and pound there from Salokhinidov. Oh, looks like an armbar attempt, but he was a little bit too high on the arm. And it looks like Salokhinidov will take a comfortable lead here following the first round. Once again, a bout that isn't quite materializing the way one might think if you first looked at it on paper, as Makarov has a couple of medals in his baggage. It's Mr. Simon Head, what's your take on the fight so far?
Yeah, Makarov obviously coming in with the credentials, you know, the Junior World Cup gold medalist, but it's been Salokhinidov who's been dominating when the fight went to the mat. It was Makarov that initiated that takedown, but once it went down there, it was Salokhinidov who managed to reverse position and maintain position. I know there was a brief armbar attempt, or an attempt at an armbar attempt. You could almost not call it an attempt. He didn't quite get it. It was just far too high up, didn't get enough of the arm. And he's got a bit of work to do in round two as the Ukrainian athlete to try and establish himself in this fight and bring things back to parity heading into what would be the third and final round.
Great assessment as always there, Mr. Simon Head. Seconds out, and we are ready to begin with our second round. Okay, here we go. Let's see what Makarov can do to get a little bit more back into a fight. Salokidinov definitely proved his prowess in terms of grappling and wrestling. Head kick misses there. Oh, that was a punch, gets a bit of a stumble. I mean, it was probably more of a balance issue than anything else. But nonetheless, it looks good for the judges. And I like the way that Salokidinov is pressing forward here, really taking the fight to his credentialed opponent. Another high kick misses there. Got to be a little bit careful with those. A lot of the times it's a good idea to maybe throw a jab or maybe even fake a strike before you throw a high kick, just so that your opponent has a little bit something else, to think about before the kick comes. Let's see what we can do it from the clinch. Oh, that was a very nice hip toss there from Salokidinov. Go back up to his feet. Oh, very nice trip throw there, but these two fighters are just very evenly matched. They're almost going tit for tat in the grappling. And this round is kind of still up for grabs. I mean, obviously we're first to Salokidinov, but it's going to be a question of who takes the second one. Oh, and there's another nice takedown for Salokidinov, and he establishes a takedown once more. See what he can do here from top position. Yeah, much like the first round, I do suspect we will see an armbar attempt or two from the bottom. Oh, looked like Makarov was thinking about an armbar attempt there, but stopped just before throwing his legs up properly. He's trying to go for something there. So maybe gonna try to go for another submission. Go for the legs. Okay, final 10 seconds, and so far we are en route to another upset. Of course, anything can happen in MMA. You can never count anybody out, but Simon, it looks like once again we are seeing a 2021 Cup medalist a little bit on the downside.
Yeah, he's under the cosh now. He's probably 2 rounds down, almost certainly 2 rounds down. Salokidinov is just one step ahead in almost every department at the moment, and the only chance that he's got at the moment, Makarov, is if he can snatch a submission off his back. He doesn't seem to quite have the stand-up to cause Salokidinov too much trouble in the stand-up, and in the grappling and wrestling department, Salokidinov just seems to be a little bit too strong. So it's going to be uphill battle for the Ukrainian athlete here if he's going to make it through. Salokidinov looking very confident as he went back to his corner between rounds, let out a little shout of victory almost. And if he has a round like he did in round 2, he's going to get one.
Okay, so it's all or nothing now for Dmytro Makarov, the 2021 Junior World Cup gold medalist. There's a touch of gloves, and Makarov needs to make something happen. Might want to perhaps put a little bit more pressure here in the stand-up. So left hand go through there. Oh, winged a shot there. Eating some knees in the clinch now. Goes for a takedown, but well defended there by Salokidinov. And that's the thing, it is a fine line of trying to go for a finish, but also keeping your composure. That is easier said than done with pro fighters that have years and years of veteran experience, let alone if you are a young amateur fighter. You've got to keep those nerves under control. But yes, it is, of course, easier said than done, especially when all eyes are on you. You're representing your nation. Can Makarov get the takedown? So far, Ukrainian unsuccessful here. We need to see the return of the Makarov if he's going to get another victory here. Oh, look at that. Submission attempt here from Salokhidanov. Oh, that's a tap. Wow. Tapped the cage. It was a little bit hard to see at first, but wow, another upset here as the RMMAU's Alizon Salokhidanov taps out Dmytro Makarov in the third round, sealing the deal and advancing one step closer to the finals. Mr. Simon Head, what can we say? Another upset.
Another upset, but what a performance that was. Salokhidanov just got better as the fight went on. First round was solid, second round was dominant, third round he gets the submission finish. Super impressed with that performance from the Russian neutral athlete who moves into the final four. He is guaranteed to pick up at least a bronze medal, but maybe he can get something even better than that. He will take on the winner of the next bout between Sunatulu Azizov, also of the Russian RNNAU rather, against Mohammed Abubakar Munir of Pakistan. That will be next. We're about to get the result officially announced.
And there you have it. The RMMAU's Alizon Salokhidanov punches his ticket to the semi-finals by way of third round front choke. Very nice work there. And we are sticking in the men's junior strawweight division. To see a meeting between Pakistan and the RMMAU. And it's been quite a frenetic pace so far. Of course, that it can usually be expected by some of the lighter weight classes. And we will see perhaps the breakout nation of the year, Pakistan. Definitely an underdog heading into this tournament, but defying the odds time and time again. And we will get the official introductions from our announcer, Mr. DNM.
Over at cage number 3, inside the cage, the blue corner, representing the RMMAU, Sunatulu Azizov. And the corner, under the red corner, representing Pakistan. This is Mohammed Abubakar Munir.
Okay, so the RMMAU's Sunatulu Azizov against Pakistan's Muhammad Abubakar Munir. And it would mean so much for Pakistan to get a medal. Was speaking to Our announcer yesterday, Mr. DNM, who hails from Pakistan, who just could not emphasize enough how much it would mean for Pakistani MMA. But of course, Munir has a tall task ahead of him. Our MMAU always do well in these kinds of competitions. There's quite a noticeable size difference there. Spinning back kick misses for the Russian neutral athlete. Oh, another spinning attack there. Azizov seems to like some of that flash, and Fake's definitely getting a reaction out of his Pakistani opponent. That's the third spinning attack. Third one misses as well. Oh, nice jumping switch kick there from a Russian neutral athlete. Munir caught it, but hasn't really been able to get offensive wrestling going because of it. I gesticulated towards the referee. I'm not sure what happened. Something on the canvas. Some winging punches there from Munir. And every fake and feint that Azizov is throwing is getting a reaction out of Munir. Oh, spinning back fist there. And so far, Azizov trying to spin his way another step closer towards the finals. I'd like to see a little bit more output from Munir. So far, he's mostly reacting to the strikes of his opponent. See, there's a nice leg kick. Nice counter left her. Oh, and another spinning back kick. Oh, there's a takedown attempt, but it was easily recognized by Azizov, who sprawls brilliantly. And another very telegraphed takedown attempt results in Munir now being grounded. Previously, Azizov seemed content with keeping the fight standing, but he has embraced the top position here. Oh, look at that. He's working on a choke. Oh, that looks tight, and he's got the legs of Munir clasped together. There's the tap. Wow, first round finish for the RMMU's Sunatulo Azizov, looking like a champion in that performance. Wow, Simon, that was one-way traffic.
If you were going to describe that with one word, it would just be confidence. That man exuded confidence from the minute he set foot in cage 3 here in the jiu-jitsu arena. And also, you would not have predicted a submission finish the way he was going about his business during that fight. More spinning back kicks than I've seen in a long time. Looked like he was going for a highlight reel knockout. He opted to get himself a highlight reel finish instead. He's got a medal. He's in the semi-finals.
All right, let's hand it over to Mr. DNM with the official decision. Sunatulo Azizov, remember that name, he looked spectacular. Flashy kicks and flashy finishes. And what a pace we have here at cage 3. 5 finishes so far out of 8 bouts. We will be moving up to men's junior flyweight for our next bout. So that's 56.7 kilograms or 125 pounds if you use the imperial system. It'll be Tajikistan versus Uzbekistan. Okay, so here we have blue corners Mohammad Salahidinov of Tajikistan having entered the cage. Salahidinov, the 2021 Junior World Cup gold medalist. Some fine credentials there. Facing off against Uzbekistan's Yamshid Tiliayev. Okay, here we go. Men's junior flyweight action. We have another World Cup gold medalist in the cage in form of Mohammad Salahidinov. Okay, here we go. First round is upon us. And, oh, that was a nice head kick there from Tiliayev. High kick as well from Salahidinov. And there is the takedown attempt right in front of our broadcast position. Salahidinov showed a very well-rounded game in the World Cup, but of course had a bit of an edge in the grappling and wrestling department. It's good strikes there. And Tajikistan really were kind of a breakthrough nation of last year. Oh, look at that. Tiliayev turns the tables on his opponents, gets a top position, taking the back. Oh, he's a bit low though. Yeah, he bends. Oh, huge slam. Wow. I think we might see another slam if he can keep his hands together. Oh, high kick as they separate. Wow. Tiliayev completely unfazed by facing the 2021 World Cup gold medalist in Salahidinov. And there's another takedown. What an exciting fight. Salahidinov reminding us why he got the gold. Scooting the legs out from under his opponent so that he can't use the cage to his advantage. Oh, this is some good ground and pound there from Salahidinov. Submission attempt here from the bottom, but it looks like he's a little bit high on the arm. Low rever. And those punches seem to be doing something, and we're seeing another. Looks like Tiliayev was gonna go for a submission attempt there. Salahidinov turning up the intensity here, opening round. And a short little breather in the action as they rest here in over-under position. Oh, Tiliayev tried to go for a hip toss there, but couldn't quite get. Whew, those 3 minutes flew by, ladies and gentlemen. What a fight, what back and forth action. And once again, we are seeing a World Cup gold medalist really having to fight to stay in this competition. Simon, can you put into words to explain the excitement that we're feeling right now?
This is awesome stuff. Both guys absolutely leaving everything in the cage. It was all Salahidinov early, and then Tiliayev just turned the tables. Huge head kick. I mean, unbelievable that Salahidinov just sort of ate it up like a cookie and just kept on going. But it was a really, really well contested round. I think Salahidinov will come away having earned that round on the judges' scorecards. But make no mistake, Jamshid Tiliayev is a danger in this fight. Salahidinov needs to mind his P's and Q's and stay on his man. Otherwise, he could find himself in trouble. But what a fight we've got on our hands here. Superb first round. Let's bring on another.
I would not object to having 5 rounds if it were possible. Of course, it's not, but man, slam bang action here. And once again, I mean, really anything can happen in MMA. You cannot count anybody out. Tilyaev showing that he deserves to be here with one of the best in the division. And Tilyaev quite wet now. Some shades of perhaps BJ Penn in that. And let's see. Oh, that was a nice lift that connected right for Salohidinov. There's a takedown attempt, but well defended by Tilyaev. This is just an all-action bout, firing on all cylinders, all these competitors, and there is the takedown from Salohidinov, establishing a lead here in the second round after that the first round was so tightly contested initially. Oh, Salohidinov steps into mount now. This is bad for Tilyaev. Oh, but look, he manages to get back to guard, or half, rather. Some heavy shots here from the top. Tilyaev giving up his back here. And for as even as the first round was initially, Salohidinov round really showing that championship medal. Powering his opponent down, wearing him out with strikes. Almost took mount there again. Now he's back in mount. And it looks like Tilyaev has started slowing down a little bit, understandably so. And these are some good strikes here from the top. And let me tell you, this is how you win a gold medal. Salohidinov made the proper adjustments, took the fight to his opponent, and now is just pounding him out. That's some good up kicks there from the bottom, but the momentum definitely resides in the blue corners thus far. Final 10 seconds. All right, there we have it. Yamshin Tilyaev holding on, but mostly doing that pretty much on the defense from start to finish here in round 2. Momentum has swung back in favor of a European Cup gold medalist.
Yeah, you take a look at Yamshin Tilyaev there. It took a long time to get off his knees and get back to the corner. He looks like he knows he's up against it now heading into this final round. Mohamed Salohidinov showing us just why he's already a world-level gold medalist. And that was just real dominance. He stamped his authority all over that second round. He's almost certainly 2 rounds up. And Tilyaev needs something absolutely huge to turn the tide here. He has threatened with a couple of armbar attempts, but he hasn't really been able to lock anything up. It's going to need a huge effort for him to take the fight away from the Tajikistan athlete in this third and final round.
And it would not be dismissive to give Salohidinov the first and second now, so all or nothing now for Yamshid Tilyaev, representing Uzbekistan, a nation that has started improving leaps and bounds in terms of overall MMA prowess. Tilyaev does look a little bit slower. Now, understandably so, he was eating a lot of shots over. Salihidinov catches the kick and once again gets his opponent down. This could be the nail in the coffin in regards to the dreams of gold for Yamshid Tilyaev. Unless he makes something big happen here. And this is the Mohamed Salihidinov that won that gold medal in Prague last year. And what is a champion if not someone who can make adjustments, come back from adversity and bad situations and heavy strikes, and return to dominate? Again, more good ground and pound here from Salihidinov. Looks like Salihidinov will get back to his feet, but might be momentarily. Oh, and there you have it. Salihidinov gets his opponent back to the ground. And Tilyaev looking a bit deflated here. Oh, retaking the mount does Salihidinov. And once more, just like in round two, Tilyaev is completely on the defensive, has not really been able to throw any offense his opponent's way. Last-ditch submission attempt there for Tilyaev, but Salihidinov not having it. Determined to once again get to the finals. Oh, some good strikes there. This is close to getting stopped. Looks like Tilyaev will survive the onslaught here. All right, there we have it. Another fantastic performance from Tajikistan's Mohamed Salihidinov. Very disappointed, Tilyaev, but I say hang your head high, young man. You competed with one of the best in the division and really took it to him in the opening round. I'm sure that Tilyaev will only improve following this setback. And so, Mr. Head, Salihidinov won gold in the cup. What do you think of his chances coming up?
Based on that performance, it'd be hard to back against him. He just looks a complete fighter. He fought smart as well. He kept out of trouble, made sure that when he let his offense go, he did it from a position of relative safety. I think we're about to get the announcement of the result now. Yeah, he looks like the man to beat in the junior flyweight division, 125 pounds. He's won gold already in the last 12 months. Will he make it a double this week? It's hard to see anybody else beating him on that sort of form.
Absolutely. He's already guaranteed a medal. The question is, can he get another gold? We are moving up to men's bantamweight for this next contest. So that is 61.2 kilograms or 135 pounds. And it'll be Israel versus Ukraine. All right, so there you have it. Israel's Yevgeny Shinkarevsky from Israel in the blue corner against Ukraine's Vladislav Dubkov. And we have another former IMMAF medalist entering here in the form of Dubkov. Madeleine Fagerlind, the Pearl of South Sweden, in charge of this action. And here we go. Dubkov long and rangy, really making use of those long limbs early on. Like that lead uppercut he threw there. And there's the takedown attempt from the Israeli. But nice job by Dubkov for turning things around. And as we've seen a little bit today, it's one thing to have good reach, it's another to use it properly. So far, Dubkov doing that very well. And in terms of grappling, it's looking good as well. Nice shoulder strike there. And you will see a lot of very accomplished grapplers come out of Israel. They have a very prominent BJJ scene. They're kind of starting to break out as well in the international MMA scene. And Dubkov, of course, a 2018 world bronze medalist. Should he come out the victor from this bout, he will get another one. A nice job of Dubkov, slowly and methodically bringing his opponent down, taking the back. And Shinkarevsky doing the right thing now, trying to stand up and shake his opponent off of him, but Dubkov really holding that position very well. Oh, and look at that. Shinkarevsky turns things around, lands some good shots up against the fence. More clinch battling here as we near the end of the first round. Final 10 seconds there, and Shinkareski has definitely worked his way back into the fight. All right, pretty close first round. Strong start for the Ukrainian Dubkov, but Shinkareski slowly started getting back the edge at the end of the first. Mr. Simon Head, what's your take on things?
It looked like it was going to be one-way traffic for a while, with Vladislav Dubkov just seemingly dominating all facets of the game. He had the range in the striking, but then when it came into the clinch, he seemed to have the edge there. Fight goes to the mat, he's on top, he's doing well. Then in the last 45 seconds of the round, Shinkarevsky came to life, managed to reverse position and showed that he's got some grappling skills of his own, started to impose himself a little bit. I think it's Dubkov's round, but Shinkarevsky showing that this isn't going to be entirely one-way traffic in this fight.
Absolutely, both these guys are skilled entering the cage. I say come as you are. Shinkareski looking very calm, as does Dubkov. I wonder if, yeah, I was gonna say it, if Shinkareski is gonna shoot early, and he does, boom! Israeli Airlines in operation here in the cage, it seems. Great start to the second round for Shinkareski, keeping that momentum going from the end of the first. Some solid strikes there from Shinkareski. And with the crazy turns of events that we've seen, I mean, really it feels like anything can happen at Cage 3 today. While we have had some favorites go on, we've also seen some others get defeated. And so far, Shinkareski doing a good job of playing spoiler here at the... Oh, look at that armbar attempt from the bottom. And with those long legs, Dubkov is definitely a submission threat. Dubkov trying real hard, but just not quite getting it, and Shinkareski's out. Dubkov getting warned for toes in the cage. Nice job of Shinkareski there. Clasping together the leg of his opponent, trying to prevent the stand-up, but it looks like Dubkov is going to get back. Nice job there by the Ukrainian, getting back to his feet, turning the tables on his Israeli opponent. Nice cheeky little knee in the clinch there as well for Dubkov. As mentioned earlier in the broadcast, knees in the clinch when you're a tall fighter can just be a fantastic weapon. Looked like Dubkov was going to try and go for a trip there, but couldn't quite get it. Oh, some good strikes to the body there from Shinkareski. All right, well, I don't know, Simon, do you say that we are en route to another upset so far?
I think we could be looking at an even fight heading into the third round. I think Shinkareski pushed the pace, really asserted himself on Dubkov, had to be really careful when that armbar looked like it was getting quite close from Dubkov. But really, it was all the pressure was coming from the man coming out of the blue corner. Really did impose himself. He needed to really establish himself after that first round. He did well at the end of the first round. Now he's had a good, solid, full round of action under his belt. I think we could be looking at an even fight. Winner takes all in round 3.
Great analysis as always, Mr. Head. Seconds out. Let's see what else happens here. You've got to think that Vladislav Dubkov is aware of that threat of a takedown. He's got to be careful here. So he goes for a takedown of his own, but it was a little too telegraphed. Shinkarevsky is clearly a good grappler. He recognized that coming from miles away. And that is once again, like we've talked about, the balance of sort of urgency but also control. Because once again, we find Dubkov on his back, up against the cage. And his hopes of securing another IMMAF medal are slowly starting to slip out of his hands. He's got a submission, looks like, but not in a good position, yeah. It's very hard to submit somebody on your back from half guard. And Dubkov, I mean, he's doing a lot of things right. He's working methodically here, but he's just a step behind Shinkarevsky in most respects here. Looked like Dubkov was going to try to go for a armbar from the bottom, yeah. He might. Going for. No. Shinkarevsky is out of danger once again, and some good strikes there from the bottom. I mean, that is an unconventional position, but he can definitely do some damage despite that. Good strikes here from the top. Shinkarevsky looks to be working on a submission of his own. These strikes are starting to add up. Gets a reaction out of Dubkov, who adjusts his position. I was just wondering, is Shinkarevsky really going to let him up? And that about does it. Shinkarevsky really started turning it on towards the end of the first and never let up. Relentless pressure. Just Dubkov couldn't get back up to his feet. Simon, what are your takeaways?
I think we got another shock result, Sebastian. I thought that was a superb second and third round from Yevgeny Shinkarevsky of Israel, and that grappling pedigree that you mentioned earlier about, you know, that growing grappling scene in Israel. I think we saw evidence of it there. You know, the control, the ability to stay out of trouble when there was the, you know, the threat of the armbar on multiple occasions during the course of that fight. Stayed calm, and I think he's done enough to earn himself a decision and go through to the semi-finals.
Yep, I will be shocked if victory resides in any corner ever in the blue. Let's hear it from Mr. DNM. All right. Congratulations, Yevgeny Shinkarevsky, who dominates his way towards a place in the semifinals and a medal. Soak it in, Yevgeny Shinkarevsky. That was a fantastic performance. Just some real prowess on the canvas there.
And now making his way towards cage 2 in the blue corner representing Tajikistan, Yurkhujan Safarov. And his opponent in the red corner representing Kazakhstan, Mametov.
Over at cage number 3, the prep point in the blue corner representing Sweden, Oscar Jaskari. His opponent in the red corner representing the Kingdom of Bahrain, Sabrina De Souza.
Okay, so it's Sweden versus Bahrain as we move to, or as we stay in bantamweight rather. Here we have Malmo, Sweden's Oskar Jaskari entering the cage. Represents Red Line Training Center, one of the best gyms in Sweden under the tutelage of UFC veteran Hamid Akira Khorasani. Jaskari really a mainstay in the IMMAFs. He has consistently done very well. And getting prepped, we have his opponent, the Bahraini Shamil Alikhanov. And this should be a good one. Jaskari looked great yesterday, defeating his Ukrainian opponents to get to this position. Here we go, no touch of gloves between these two competitors. Leaping jab there from Jaskari. And a nice leg kick to boot. Oh, look at that. Alikhanov catches the kick, gets Jaskari to the ground, but Jaskari with that speed right back up, springing to his feet like a cat. And he is such a hard worker over at Red Line Training Center. His teammates only have good things to say about him. Oh, he's going for a takedown there. We got over-under position. Jaskari a little bit reckless getting into that. He ate a couple of shots that he perhaps didn't need to. Faking the kicks. Oh, that was a nice right hand connected there for Alikhanov. Nice combination there. 1-2 front kick from Jaskari. So far, a very evenly matched fight between these two. And Jaskari from Malmo, Sweden, but has Finnish ancestry as well. And for my money, Sweden and Finland by far the best nations when it comes to MMA in Scandinavia, or in the Nordic region rather. That was a nice kick to the body that got through for Jaskari. But Alikhanov doing very well. Oh, nice spinning back fist there from Alikhanov. And while Jaskari is definitely pressing forward, I would say that Shamil Alikhanov is countering very well. Nice, he recognized that Superman punch, ducked under, and is now clinching up against the cage. Right here in front of our broadcast position, throws a knee. Trying to go for a takedown. Almost got powered down himself. Final 10 seconds. Solid leg kick there from Alikhanov, and another. Okay, there we have it. First round is in the books. It was a fast-paced affair. Mr. Simon Head, what are your takes?
It's a very different sort of matchup to the one we just saw, the Shinkarevsky-Dubkov match, which is the other side of this bracket. That was very grapple-based. This is all about the striking, and Yaskari looking to push the pace. Alikhanov possibly carrying a little bit more snap in his strikes, a little bit more decisive, landing a little bit cleaner, I would say. I think he just about shades that first round, but it's a really well-contested stand-up battle, and it wouldn't take too much for Oscar Yaskari to turn things in his favour in round two. It's all about who can keep that pace through the duration of the contest, but this is shaping up to be a good one.
Absolutely. Both these fighters have delivered entertaining bouts thus far, and eagle-eyed viewers will recognize some very credentialed people in their corner. In the corner of Alikhanov, we have brave super lightweight champion Eldar Eldarov. And in Yaskari's corner, we have UFC veteran Bessam Youssef. High kick there, mostly blocked for Alikhanov. Another nice kick to the body. Oh, and a nice right hand, but both these fighters are eating the shots very well, but Alikhanov got through with a nice strike against Yaskari there. Great grappling exchange there from both fighters. Alikhanov tried to go for a takedown, is instead was momentarily stuck in sort of a front headlock there. And both fighters really staying active here, whether they are in an advantageous position or not. Throwing knees, giving their opponents something to think about. Oh, that was unfortunate. Knee to the crotch there. Referee Alexander Luna calls a stop to the action. Yaskari will have 5 minutes to recover if he needs it. Okay, we are back. Kick for a blocked. Leg kick checked. Oh! Yaskari almost lost his footing there. Nice right hander from Yaskari. Alikhanov misses that uppercut. Oh, nice timing there by Yaskari. Ducks under, goes for a takedown attempt. Oh, gets it, but only for a second. Over under position here, and nice. He powers down his Bahraini opponent. And after such a close second round, this could very well be a deciding factor in winning it. Now Alikhanov trying to threaten from bottom position, but Yaskari not having it. Oh, look at that, Yaskari taking the back. He's got one hook in. He's got it, but oh, look at that, Alikhanov keeping his opponent high on his back, trying to shake him off. Oh, and look at that. Now it's Alikhanov. That's the back of his opponent. Oh, and there he gets the takedown. His hands were perfectly clasped together. What a way of capping off the second round here for Shamil Alikhanov. Another very fast-paced round. A little bit more grappling than we saw in the first. Mr. Simon Head, what do you think?
Just all high energy, isn't it? Everywhere you go on the mat, in the stand-up. But we said that Oscar Yaskari's got it in him to bring this fight back and to level peg, and I think he may just have done that in that second round. He came out all aggression at the start of that round, really seemed to put Alikhanov on the back foot, scored the takedown, looked to threaten on the ground. We had a takedown right at the end from Alikhanov as well. That's a super close round. I could see that being scored either way. Me personally, I think Yaskari just about did enough to nick that one, and on my card I've got this absolutely dead even heading into the third and final round.
Absolutely, and any way you score it, this has been a tightly contested battle between two very skilled bantamweights. I also think it might be one apiece. Of course, that is up to the judges, but it may very well be the winner of this round that decides who advances to the semifinals. Some nice strikes getting through there for Yaskari. Oh, spinning back fist misses there for the Swede. Alikhanov recognizes it nicely. There's a takedown attempt, single leg. And he abandons it. And the pace has slowed somewhat, but that is very understandable. That was a surprisingly telegraphed takedown there from Shamil Alikhanov. Let's see if he can still make it work to his advantage. Great display of balance there from Yaskari, but only for so long. Shamil Alikhanov gets his opponent down, and this could be exactly what he needs to punch his ticket to the semifinals. And Yaskari really trying to work on creating space between him and his opponent, but Alikhanov staying heavy. Oh, look, Yaskari seizes the opportunity, gets back to his feet. Gives his Bahraini opponent a knee to the midsection for good measure. Alikhanov really trying to work for that takedown. And as you can see, Yaskari controlling the left hand of his opponent. Oh, nice! He throws his opponent down. And this is exactly what he needed to turn the tables. This is such a close fight. These bantamweights are so well matched. Oh, and another takedown for Yaskari within the final 10 seconds of the bout. Is this what will secure victory? Oh, what a bout. I feel like I was holding my breath for the last 10 seconds. Back and forth action from these bantamweights. Both fighters feeling confident, but Mr. Simon Head, how are you feeling?
I think Sweden may just have locked up a medal here at the 2021 IMMAF World Championships. Oscar Yaskari, I think he probably lost the first round, needed to turn up the aggression, turn up the heat. That is exactly what he did. He pushed the pace, imposed himself on Shamil Alikhanov in round 2, and in a really close round 3, it was really anyone's fight going into the final 60 seconds, and it was Yaskari who had that little bit extra in the tank, that final extra 1 or 2% that he managed to squeeze out of his performance. That final flurry, I think, may have been the thing that secured his passage through to the semi-finals, and at least a bronze medal for Sweden.
All right, let's see.
This fight comes to a close as a split decision in favor of the blue corner.
There you have it. It's that southern Swedish grit that got Oscar Yaskari to the semi-finals. A fantastic performance. He is guaranteed a bronze medal, but I think he may very well be able to go further than that. Hats off as well to Shamil Alikhanov, who did a really nice job, was so close to winning. In the end, though, it is a game of inches, and Yaskari managed to pull it off.
At the prep point for age 3, the blue corner, representing RMNAU, Andrea Guzman. And his opponent in the red corner, representing Spain, Stephen Alexander Benavides.
Concentrado, ¿vale? Estamos en el Kyofu, Tichi. Te quiero eléctrico, boxeo y wrestling. Acuérdate que es el chapo, ¿vale? Te quiere agarrar. Vamos, vamos, vivo, vivo, ¿eh?
All right, here we are at men's junior bantamweight, RMMAU versus Spain. And a great start so far for the Russian neutral athlete, Asif Chopurov. Here we have Spain's Steven Alexander Tijuro Benavides on the bottom. And you can see how that sort of Dagestani style of wrestling has become so prominent now as Chopurov hooks together the legs of his opponents, or of his opponent rather, making it so hard to stand up, and he's slowly inching him away from the cage as well. That is some very high-level grappling right there. You see here Benavidez trying to work his way back up, create space between him and his opponent, get closer to the cage. He reestablishes guard now. Some solid ground and pound there from Choparov. And nice job here from the RMMA youth Choparov, advancing half guard. But all the same, Benavidez does a nice job at reestablishing guard. Choparov really not giving his opponent any space to work or get out of this. Oh, but look at that. Benavidez managing to turn things around, gets back to his feet, but can he be the one to get the takedown now? Nice job there, they separate. Let's see what they get done on the feet. Oh wow, Choparov really turning it up in that exchange. Looks like Benavidez might be bleeding from the mouth. Oh, that was a nice knee there for the Spaniard. He may have gotten the last laugh, but he did not get the first round. Mr. Simon Head, what are your thoughts?
You see the little wink of respect there from Asef Choparov at the end of that round. I don't think he wants any part of the stand-up against Steven Benavidez. And why would he? He's got such an advantage in the grappling. We saw it through that first round. Completely dominated the Spanish athlete through those first 3 minutes. And really, there's no other blueprint for him now. Just keep rinse and repeat through rounds 2 and 3. Close the distance, take him down. That's what he did in round 1. The onus now is on Benavidez. What can he do? How can he switch things up? How can he change the course of this fight? Can he do something to knock Choparov out of his game plan and start to assert himself? It's a big test, but this round's going to be the pivotal one for the Spanish athlete right now.
Great input, as always, from the beloved Simon Head. Choparov did very well in the 2021 World Cup as well in Prague, Czech Republic. Oh, nice job there by Benavidez catching the kick. Oh, nice takedown there from Choparov. Okay, and the Spanish corner asking their fighter to constantly be on the move, and that is very good advice. The more that he stays a mobile target, the more he will frustrate Choparov in top position and perhaps get an opening to either get back to his feet or maybe even threaten with a submission. Nice job by Benavidez, re-establishing that guard. Choparov just really staying heavy. He's been so good at holding that top position so far in the second round. And Spain really has been growing as a stronger and stronger nation in the IMMAFs. They were considered dark horses for a couple of years ago, but now they are legit contenders We saw it in the World Cup where many of our fighters got medals. And look at that, Choparov nicely advances to side control.
Está muerto, respira tú también, él está muerto.
Oh, nice job by Choparov, stepping over into mount now. Oh, and he's got an arm triangle. Oh, he was setting that up from the start. This is tight. This is tight. There's the tap. Wow. The RMMAU's Asif Choparov puts on a grappling clinic. Gets a second round submission. Nice job there by Asif Choparov. Mr. Head, what are your thoughts?
That was a superb performance by Choparov, and the way he just effortlessly managed to lock up that arm triangle choke, had the takedown, top position, and in almost in a blink of an eye, he managed to lock up the actual grip, moved across to the side, applied the pressure, and Benavidez really had nowhere to go, nothing to do. Tap or nap, and he opted for the tap. And we now have a semi-finalist at men's junior bantamweight. He looks a serious talent, Choparov. Really, really calm. Great grappling on the mat, and a superb finish. One of the best finishes we've seen in this case so far today.
In complete agreement there. Keep your eyes on the RMMAU's Asif Choparov. I do suspect he will go quite far. May very well be a tough fighter to beat in the finals even. Okay, we will take a short 10-minute break and return after that with more of this world-class amateur MMA action at the 2021 IMMAF World Championships live from Abu Dhabi. We will be right back.
At gauge 4, this fight ends as a unanimous decision in favor of the red corner, fighting out of Ukraine, Ivan Bassi.
And over on cage 2, your winner by unanimous decision. In the red corner, representing Kazakhstan, Ismail Khan.
Making the walk at age 3 in the blue corner, fighting out of Kazakhstan, Sullivan. And his opponent in the red corner, representing the RMMU,
All right, hello and welcome back to the IMMAF World Championships 2021 here from Abu Dhabi. This is Cage 3, where we have had some fantastic bouts so far, and I'm sure that momentum and excitement will continue. Up next, we've got a meeting between two titans here at IMMAF. The RMMAU takes on Kazakhstan. Entering the cage, we've got Kazakhstan's Anatoly Zolotyk. Enters the cage here. And his opponent, the Russian neutral athlete, Kurban Zainukov. Okay, there Zainukov enters the cage. Okay, here we go. Zolotyk, a two-time gold medalist at the 2019 Asian Open as well as the 2019 European Open. So he definitely brings some impressive credentials. Nice kick to the body there as well. Snapping lead hand though from the Russian neutral athlete. That was a winging left hand there from the southpaw Zolotyk. Oh, something happened there. Seems like an issue with a glove, and resolved. Nice high kick there, but mostly blocked. Not really on point. So far, both fighters quite evenly matched on the feet. Zolotyk has a pretty wide stance. Tightened it up a little bit now, was maybe just momentary. It's a nice jab there from the Russian neutral athlete. I mean, they're almost going tit for tat here with strikes. Neither fighter has really taken a clear lead. And I'd say both fighters have done well defensively as well. I mean, while they're both throwing well, they're also both defending very well. Both fighters very, very technical here on the feet. That's an oh, and look, here we have the RMMAU's Kurban Zainukov taking the lead here in the first round after a very even and closely contested opening. Clasping together the legs of his opponent. Zolotyk gets back to his feet nicely.
Встал. 20 секунд. На него, чуть только не спиной.
And the Kazakhstani contingent have been very vocal in their support so far, but for this match particularly, I can't see them Otherwise, you usually hear them, which we're not doing either. Okay, there comes the end to round one, and while it was incredibly close initially, we did see the Russian neutral athlete Kurban Zainikov take the lead towards the end and hold top position. We return to the beloved Mr. Simon Head, the favorite dad in MMA. Here we go.
It was a super close round, at least to start with. Very, very well matched on the feet. You almost couldn't choose between them, but then when it came to the wrestling and the grappling, Kurban Zainikov started to separate himself in the eyes of the judges, I would imagine. That takedown and the control that he had on the mat, that really secured the round for him. All the while it's a stand-up fight, it's anybody's fight. They're pretty even. They almost strike for strike during that first round. Zainikov seems to have the key, and the key lies in his wrestling. If he keeps the fight on the mat, I think the fight will be his, but we'll see what Zolotic has got for him in round two.
Okay, second round is upon us. Be interesting to see if Zolotic can kind of work his way back into a fight by keeping the matchup on the feet. Oh, that was a nice counter there from Zainikov, who sort of detected the kick coming his way. Oh, wild little exchange here. Zolotic might have gotten a little bit hurt, but look, he uses the situation to his advantage. Briefly plants his opponent on the canvas, and there he secures the top position. Nice job of evening things out in the eyes of the judges. I'm very impressed by Zainikov's defense, though. Very nice job of turning things around, retaking the advantageous position. Oh, nice trip there from Zolotic, but Zainikov right back to his feet. It still is a very even round. Zainikov now powering his opponent down, but oh, and there he once again gets the top position. Oh, but it's going too fast to almost be able to commentate. Now it seems that Zainikov has once again reestablished that top position after a very, very even opening to the second round. Let's see if Zolotic can get back to his feet. Looks like he will. But he's going to need to do more than just get back up.
Medical staff for cage 4, please report to the cage ASAP.
Okay, and the second round ends much like the first, with Zainikov on top after a closely contested opening. Mr. Head, what are your thoughts?
Well, it looked initially like Anatoly Zolotic was kind of returning the favor early in the round, showing that takedowns aren't just for Russian neutral athletes. He got one early in that round, but again, when it came to the scrambles, when it came to the movement and the positional superiority on the mat, it was Zainikov that had the edge again. I think that was a closer round all in, if you take into account how they're actually grappling on the mat, but I think Zainikov did enough to take that one as well. So my very unofficial scorecard currently reads 2-0 in favour of the RMMAU representative. But as we have seen in this very cage, you cannot count anybody out in this cage. And in a fight as close as this, you just do not know. 3 more minutes to decide who makes it through to the semi-finals.
Yep, there you have it. We have seen crazier things just today. So it remains to be seen if Kazakhstan's Anatoly Zolotyk can reestablish himself on the path towards another gold.
По бедру, задней ногой по бедру изнутри, передний кинь, по бедру вперед пробей хорошо, задней ногой, по бедру, по ноге,
You can tell that both fighters really respect each other here on both feet. Neither one taking unnecessary risks. Oh, that was a nice one too that got through there for Zainukov.
Удар в бедро задней ногой. Задней, задней, передний кинул рука. Задний ударил. Вперед. Нога в догонку должна была пойти сразу. Вот так.
High kick there blocked
Низ покажи, низ покажи,
from
низ покажи еще.
the Russian neutral athlete.
Потом залети. Вот так.
It's a nice kick to take down attempt there, but so far the defense holding up for Zainukov.
Повыше, да, 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 да. Вот. Стань, стань, стань на него.
Nice job there from the Russian neutral athlete.
Руку сбрось правую.
Defends and almost gets on top.
Зацепи ногой, ногой зацепи. Правой ногой снаружи зацепи. Да. Правой ногой круг набрось на его левую ногу. Правой ногой цепляй. Зашаги, вот зашаги. И зацепи теперь ее, зацепи ту ногу.
Oh, look at that takedown defense from Zainukov.
Минута осталась. Не падай, держи.
And he spins around. I mean, this is equal parts impressive wrestling defense and gymnastics display here.
Голову выше. Голову выше. Голову выше. Перехвати, перехвати, ниже, ниже. Опять зашагни вовнутрь и вырви его, вырви, вырви, зацепи ногу. Опорный. Снизу, снизу левая рука, снизу. 30 секунд. Правая рука снизу теперь. Спину его левой ногой, сразу шаг, тяна за него.
Nice job there as Zainukov drags his opponent down. Solid knee to the midsection. And it looks like we will see a, on paper anyway, upset. There we have it. Very strong showing for the RMMAU's Kurban Zainukov. Anatoly Zolotyk clearly frustrated. But yeah, there you have it. Cage 3 is delivering on all angles. Another upset. Mr. Head, what are your thoughts?
Superb performance from Kurban Zainukov, taking on the 2019 Asian Open gold medalist, the 2019 European Open gold medalist. Well, the man who won those medals, I don't think is going to be going home with a medal from these championships. Zainukov just being a little bit better in each of those 3 rounds for my money. I think this should be a unanimous decision in favour of the RMMAU athlete. We are about to receive the official announcement of the result. The judges just to my left are tallying the scorecards, making sure that they've got all the I's dotted and T's crossed. Zainakov already has his hand raised in anticipation. For his part, Zolotic looking like a man who knows that his journey in these championships has now come to an end.
Over at cage 3, this fight comes to a close as a split decision in favor of the red corner, representing the RMAU Kurban Senukov.
There we go, a split decision in the end. Slightly surprising from our vantage point here at cage side, but the right man from our perspective got the result based on how we were viewing the fight. It was a very closely contested matchup, but Zainakov picking up the win via split decision. He moves on to the semi-finals, and he has locked in at least a bronze medal for the RMMAU.
Great takeaways as always from the wonderful and cuddly Simon Head. I agree, I am a little bit surprised at the split, but at the end of the day, it is Kurban Zainakov who advances to the semifinals. All right, and here we have another mainstay of the IMMAFs. So here we have Sweden's Danielle Chamkalov getting prepped for the cage, and he is no stranger to the highest levels of competition here at the IMMAFs. He has a 2019 bronze medal, a 2021 World Cup bronze medal, and he has gotten so close so many times. Will this be the year where he finally realizes his dream and captures gold? There is his opponent from Kazakhstan, Bekzat Jasia, preparing to enter the cage. Okay. The final featherweight bout of the day here at cage 3, as we have Sweden's Danielle Chamkalov in the blue against Kazakhstan's Bekzat Jasia in the red. And as mentioned, Chamkalov has a World Cup bronze and a World Championship bronze. Oh, that was a nice stiff jab there from the Kazakhstani fighter. And another for good measure. Chamkalov really showed some nice variety in his striking yesterday to make it to the quarterfinals here today. So far, quite even on the feet. Neither fighter taking a clear lead, but that left hand has been money in the bank for Jasia. And again, that left hand is really landing for Jasia. Face of Chamkalov is a bit red now as he's eaten quite a few shots. Chamkalov has a pretty fantastic nickname though. He goes by Daniel Kalashnikov Chamkalov. Trains out of Västerås Fight Club in Sweden, alongside the likes of Cage Warriors. Oh! Oh, look at that! And it's over in the very first round. Kurban Zainikov, Beksat Jazia gets the first round knockout. He just kept landing with that left hand and just added up the strikes. What a performance from Beksat Jazia. And the Kazakhstani contingency here overjoyed. That was an exciting technical bout initially until Jazia landed that fight-ending shot. Okay, it's being ruled a KO, not TKO as well. Beksat Jazia gets the first round knockout victory over a very credentialed Danielle Chamkalov. What a performance. Chamkalov disappointed, of course, but he has proven time and time again that he deserves to be at this level of competition. And what a standout performance from Beksat Jazia. What are your takeaways, Mr. Head?
Cage 3 does it again, Sebastian. I mean, it's another favorite, another world medalist experienced campaigner being defeated, and Chamkalov known as Kalashnikov. It was Beksat Jazia who had the heavy artillery in the cage here. Huge knockout, huge finish, and you can't ask for any more momentum than that heading into the semi-finals of a World Championships tournament. He's got a medal now for Kazakhstan. The Kazakhstan fans absolutely love that. That knockout will be on the tournament highlight reel for sure. And who knows, with that kind of power, who can deny him that he might even go to the final and win the whole thing? Superb performance from him. And he will go on and take on Kurban Zainikov in that semi-final who we saw in the prior match. He made it through via split decision. We'll see how it goes in the semi-finals.
Great assessment as always, and I am already looking forward to Kurban Zainikov versus Beksat Jazia. I think their styles will match up very well. And we are moving up from featherweight all the way to welterweight. So this is 77.1 kilograms or 170 pounds. Entering the cage first, we have Tajikistan's Yovidon Mamurov. And his opponent will be Norway's Fredrik Høyfot. And I recall Jovidon Mamurov doing very well in the cup, but he did not get a medal. But he definitely had some impressive performances despite that. And speaking of impressive performances, we see the Norwegian Fredrik Høyfot return to cage 3. He had a very, very nice first round rear naked choke here at day 1 of competition. All right. This should be fun as we moved up a little bit in weight, a little bit more hang to those punches. Nice leg kick there from a Norwegian. There's a takedown attempt from the Tajikistani fighter. Oh, look at that. Hoyfoot jumped for a guillotine momentarily. And traditionally, Norwegian fighters are known for having pretty solid grappling. Hoyfoot is a testament to that. Mammadov really working hard on trying to secure that takedown. But Hoyfoot not giving him any opportunity to do so. Oh wow, there Mammadov finally gets the takedown. And let's see, looks like Hoyfoot is working on something from the bottom. He's trying to lock up a triangle, it seems, but Mammadov gets out of it. Oh, that was a nice heavy strike from the top from Mammadov. Hoyfoot might be a little hurt. Mammadov with the back of his opponent. Hoyfoot back up to his feet. He displayed some pretty good balance before being taken down. And stays standing up as the first round comes to a close. Okay, there we have it. First round in the books. Pretty even initially, but Mammadov put a stamp of that round with the takedown and the control, even if a Norwegian managed to get up eventually. Mr. Head, what are your takeaways?
Mammadov just looking pretty dominant when the fight goes to the mat. It's I wouldn't say it's cruise control, but he seems to be relatively calm and comfortable in those positions. He doesn't seem to be getting too much of a problem out of the Norwegian athlete Fredrik Hoyfoot, who I think clearly is going to want this fight to stay standing for longer in round two. As I said in previous fight, the onus is on him now. He now needs to go out there and change the course of this fight. He needs to keep the fight upright for as long as possible. Mammadov clearly has the grappling advantage, and he'll want to exploit that for the rest of this fight for sure.
All right, there you have it. From the always warm Simon Head. Solid inside leg kick there from the Norwegian. Pretty good right hand as well. Swinging and miss here with a kick from Mammadov. Oh, those are some wild punches there from Mammadov, but they do the job and get, oh, look at this. Hoyfoot trying to work on a guillotine. It looks pretty all right, that grip. Yeah, oh, Mammadov's out of it. And now it's Hoyfoot who's in the guillotine. Oh, that looks tight. This is close to being finished. Oh, and there is the tap. In the words of Busta Rhymes, protect your neck. Otherwise, you're gonna have to tap out. Great stuff there from Jobidon Mammadov of Tajikistan. The official result, let's hand over to Mr. D&M. There you've got it. Tajikistan's Jobiron Mamedov guillotines his way to a spot in the semifinals, one step closer to the gold. Mr. Simon Head, the pound-for-pound most huggable man in MMA journalism. What are your takeaways?
Killing me, Seb. That was a great performance from Mamedov. He had the advantage all the way through the first round. And it looked for a minute there like Frederick Heufelt was going to lock up that guillotine. He looked really close to getting the hands really sort of locked together and applied a squeeze. And then Mamedov it was almost like he was saying, that's not how to do a guillotine. This is how to do a guillotine. Immediately turned the table, slapped on the guillotine of his own, and he wasn't going to let go. And it was all she wrote. Mamedov progresses. Tajikistan has a bronze medal minimum in the welterweight division. And the next bout we're going to see will be Kazakhstan versus Spain for the right to face him in the final four. This should be a good one as well. The weight classes are getting bigger as we go through the day here at Cage 3, and the finishes are coming thick and fast now, so do not blink at Cage 3. We've had shocks, we've had finishes, we've had all-out wars. It's been a lot of fun in this part of the arena.
I cannot agree more. Cage 3 firing on all cylinders and delivering top-notch MMA entertainment here. We're staying in the welterweight division for a collision between Kazakhstan and Spain. First entering the cage, we have Kazakhstan's Bogdan Pushabliski and his opponent Arturo Edillo from Spain, getting prepped to enter the cage. And Bogdan Pushabliski also did well in the World Cup last year, but just couldn't quite make it far enough to score a medal. And there we got Spain's Arturo Edillo. These guys look pretty big for the welterweight division, in my opinion. Oh, that was a hard leg kick to start things off for Pushabliski. Winging overhand right from the Spaniard. Really puts her pressure on here early. He likes that overhand from the looks of things. And there's the takedown attempt, and he gets it. He's got to be careful of it. We just saw a guillotine finish here at Cage 3. And it seemed like the squeeze is getting tighter because he kind of abandoned the top position in favor of trying to separate the hands. But look, he's out of it. Nice job there from Pushabliski getting back up, but Edillo returns to the... And the Spanish corner calling for Edillo to calm down a little bit, relax with his advances. I kind of agree. Secure the position first, unless you want this to happen. Pushabliski turns the tables, winds up on top. Oh, and it looks like Edillo might be... Hey, those are strikes to the back of the head, quite clearly. Nice job there from Montague. And there's another takedown for the Spaniard. But both fighters quite. Oh, look, a guillotine attempt again, but unsuccessful. These two fighters also quite evenly matched in the grappling department. Once again, the Spaniard puts his opponent on the canvas. For how long? Przybylski's defensive wrestling has held up very well despite all these Spanish advances. Another guillotine attempt there from Przybylski, but with just a few seconds left to work, I doubt he's going to get it. Yep. That looked tight, though. To be honest, that looked like a pretty tight guillotine. Adeo might have been a little bit more stayed by the bell than he thinks, and he's definitely eaten a couple of shots while trying to get the takedown. Mr. Simon Head, what are your thoughts?
Well, that was Arturo Adeo's round, but you take a look at him in the corner there. You wouldn't believe it from looking at the state of him. The side of his head, he looks like he's got some swelling coming up just to the side of his left eye there. They're trying to work over, trying to bring that down a little bit, swelling just above the eye as well. He's in a fight right now, but he is winning, I think, on the scorecard. Przybylski from Kazakhstan looked like he'd locked up something really useful at the end with that guillotine choke. Looked like it was pretty tight, but the clock ran out on him. And he'll be looking for more of the same in the second round. But I think Spain are 1 round up, heading into round 2.
Great assessment there from the hug master himself, Mr. Simon Head. And it's interesting that how much damage Adeo has taken in securing the takedowns. I wonder if he will perhaps vary his attacks a little bit or change the way he goes about it. Yeah, so that's pretty bad swelling underneath his eye. So far, it doesn't seem to be anything that will impede his vision. However, we'll see how many more strikes it takes before that becomes a problem. It seems like the officials are just adjusting something on the canvas. Przybylski also looks to be the fresher fighter. But then again, if you look at the build of Adeo, I mean, those are some big muscles and a stocky body. Nice spinning back kick to the midsection there from Przybylski. Adeo tries to return the favor, but doesn't quite succeed. Nice hard leg kick there from Przybylski, and I think Adeo needs to make his presence in the second round known here. So far, he hasn't really fired off any solid offense. There's a takedown attempt. The Spanish corner calling for head placement first. Oh, so close to spinning around and getting the takedown once again. But, I mean, how about the takedown defense of Przybylski on many fronts, not just for wrestling itself, but also the way he uses striking to bother his opponent enough to get him to switch positions and stuff like that. And as I mentioned, Przybylski didn't quite make it. Oh, look at that. Nice trip there from Kazakhstan's Bogdan Pushabelski, right in front of the broadcast position. Looked like another strike in the back of the head, but Arturo Adea once again going for the takedown. And this is so incredibly grueling, trying so hard to get the takedown for 2 whole rounds. Look at that. Another nice reversal there from Pushabelski. And as Pushabelski isolated the right arm, oh, Adea looked tired there, like he took it. Oh, rear naked choke attempt in the final seconds. That looks very tight. Woo! And once again, the Spaniard Arturo Adea might have been saved by the bell. Spanish corner very animated, very intense. Things are heating up. Simon, what are your thoughts?
Well, if the first round was all mostly Spain, the second round was all Kazakhstan. Bogdan Pushabelski just absolutely bossing it from start to finish and very nearly getting the finish right at the end of that round. It was really interesting in round one. The Spanish corner shouting at their man to calm down. He came out like an absolute house on fire at the start of that fight. And I think you can now see the results of it. He's now tired. He's gassed. The snap is not there in his strikes anymore. And Bogdan Pushabelski has taken over this fight at this point. Another 2-3 seconds, this fight would be over. But as it stands, they're on the stools, they're getting ready. Third and final round is about to get underway.
Okay, so let's see how much Adeo has left in the tank. A complete difference in body language here. Pushabelski has an intense look of a hunter in his eyes. Oh, that was a nice trip there from Bogdan Pushabelski. And Arturo Adea looks exhausted. Okay, and Arturo gets the takedown again, but for how long? So far, Pushabelski has done a great job of getting back up to his feet, but he kind of accepted the bottom position for the first time now. He might also be tiring. After all, it is taxing to try and get the takedown, but it's also taxing to defend it. And this is probably the best position that Adeo has been in the whole fight, and he has to make it count. Will it be Vamos España? Well, only if he can really make something happen here. I mean, he's a big, strong guy, so I'm sure some ground and pound could really help him out. Oh, but look at that reversal right into full mount by Bogdan Pushabelski. Wow, that was high level. And once again, Pushabelski is looking for rear naked choke, and he has so much more time to work now. Oh, going for ground and pound instead is Bogdan Pushabelski. Lands a solid shot. Oh, looks like he's going to go for a knee bar. Spanish corner beckoning for the fighter to get up. And he obliges. But he's Spanish contingency here, doing their best to cheer on their fighter. Final 10 seconds. He might end up on top, but it probably won't be enough. The Spanish corner seemed very satisfied, though. Mr. Head, what are your takes?
That's the toughest fight of the round to score. I just wonder whether those late strikes might have left a lasting impression with the judges. I don't know. The Spanish corner are very, very ebullient and celebratory. I don't know how much of that is them being convinced that they won, or how much of them wanting to portray the fact that they're convinced that they won. So we will see. I have a sneaky suspicion that this is still going to go the way of the blue corner. Bogdan Shabelski, I think, had enough in that round, I think, to get it. We will see. I think we're about to get the decision. The judges just taking a little bit of extra time with the scorecards. We may have another split decision on our hands here. Normally the scorecards go to Daniel Nasimurza a lot faster than this. So they're just checking their maths. I'm just sitting here looking over there, checking their maths, making sure they're getting this right. There's a medal at stake, don't forget. Whoever walks away from this with their hand raised will end up with a medal around their neck at the end of the week. And here we go with the announcement.
All right, there you have it. Kazakhstan's Bogdan Pushabelski gets the split decision victory, as alluded to by Mystic Simon Head, and a bronze medal guaranteed for Pushabelski. Some very nice work there. Loved his defense. It's been a while since I saw such aggressive defense from a fighter, but it definitely got the job done. All right, so we are at men's junior welterweight, 77.1 kilograms or 170 pounds. We have Tajikistan versus England. And there we have a touch of gloves. England's Race Teasdale in the red and Tajikistan's Kosim Sardarov in the blue. And those are some big thighs on the Englishman. See if he can use that power, establish hard pace, maybe get a takedown. And there have been some pretty mixed results from England so far. They have at times done well initially, but then struggled a little bit higher up in the tournament. See who wins this grappling exchange here on the feet. Nice little attempt at a trip there from Sardarov. Oh, mouthpiece. Teasdale went out. I think he might have put it in himself, actually. Gotta be careful of strikes to the back of the head. And now Sardarov has really established that top position properly, accepted by the Englishman. Interesting, so the English corner calling for strikes from the bottom, palm strikes specifically. I mean, I definitely think it is a good idea to threaten with strikes from the bottom as well, but it also kind of means he is accepting the position. Oh, last-ditch armbar attempt. Doesn't quite get it. All right. Well, it was pretty close initially, but Tajikistan's Kosim Sardarov ended up pulling away there towards the end of the first. Mr. Head, what are your thoughts?
It was pretty even all the while it was in the stand-up, but once it went to the mat, it was all Kosim Sardarov from Tajikistan, keeping Reece Teasdale on his back and just pressuring from top position. Teasdale struggling to get any kind of offense off from his back. His corner wisely telling him to try and get some sort of ground offense, palm strikes, whatever kind of strikes he could get off, but he was just trying to fend him off during the second part of that first round. He's going to need to just try and keep it at range in the second round, keep the distance, get some strikes off, establish his own strikes, get Sardarov to respect his striking, keep him at bay and see if he can turn this fight around. But as it's going right now, the Tajikistan athlete rather is having it all his own way. We'll see how it goes in round two.
Okay, let's see if Teasdale can work his way back into the fight. Definitely looked pretty solid initially. And here we go. A fake there from Teasdale, scores an inside leg kick. That's a real wind up there for a leg kick there from Sardarov. Teasdale switches stance. Oh, that was a pretty telegraphed takedown attempt, actually. Teasdale saw it coming. Nonetheless, Sardarov does have the clinch. And he has one underhook. It's a good knee in the clinch there. Exchanging knees here. Neither fighter really pulling away from his over-under position. Oh, look at that. Teasdale pulls guard. I'm a little surprised at that. I wonder if he will regret it. So far, Sardarov taking advantage of his position, landing some ground and pound. Okay, and English corner calling for a triangle. Tajikistani contingency here, showing their support. Oh, submission attempt from the bottom, but Sardarov is out of it. The thing is, you can absolutely threaten with strikes from the, or with submissions from the bottom, definitely. But if you don't get it, you still wind up on the bottom with your opponent on top of you. And that is not where you want to be. Good strikes there from top position from Tajikistan's Kosim Sardarov. All right, well, another round where the Tajikistani is on top, raining down punches. Mr. Head, what are your thoughts? What does Teasdale need to do to turn this around?
He needs to keep it standing, Seb, but you got to admire the guy. I mean, he's down there on the mat, and he's got a Tajikistan wrestle-heavy opponent raining ground and pound on top of him, and he's shouting at him. He's actually giving. He's like a young English Nick Diaz, just sort of telling him, "Come on, is that all you got?" You know, and that's what he was doing. I don't know whether he's trying to just demoralise him or wear him out. I don't know, but we need a big round for Reece Tisdale if he's going to turn this one around. It should be 2 rounds to zip in favour of Sardarov. And when it's on the mat, it's Sardarov's world. When it's in the stand-up, Teasdale's got a chance. He just needs to keep it there in this third and final round. It's all or nothing. If he can get it done, he's got a medal. If not, Tajikistan will claim another piece of silverware for themselves.
Let's go, Reece!
All right. Reece Tisdale needs to make something happen. Lunges forward with some strikes there. Once again in the clinch. I like how sort of digs to the body with those strikes there. Really trying to get this fight back to the ground. Looked like Tisdale was trying to attempt a lateral drop perhaps, but that is always a risky move. Unless you know you're going to get it, you might end up on bottom. And Tisdale, he's got to do something now. He's got to just throw everything he's got at his opponent. Every submission in the book. Something happening there. Both fighters staying very active in their respective positions. And you can see Teasdale trying to, looked like he was trying to isolate the left arm of his opponent, perhaps go for a submission. Oh, look at it. Oh, the English corner was calling for a Kimura. Teasdale tried it, but just couldn't quite get the grip. Gonna try to push off the cage here. And the Tajikistani contingency basically celebrating already. They seem overjoyed here with the results. All right, Teasdale gets back up to his feet, but not a whole lot of time left to work. And there we have it. The fight is over, and it was a very strong showing for Tajikistan's Kasim Sordarov. I mean, England's Reece Teasdale definitely did his best, but just couldn't really get any proper threats going from his back.
Yeah, that was a tough one for England's Reece Teasdale. Once the fight went to the mat, as you said in commentary, I think he was attempting some sort of lateral drop, maybe just lost his grip on the floor slightly, and it almost sort of slipped down a little bit. You know, it looks as if it's going to be a decision for Sardarov of Tajikistan. But great respect shown between the pair. Teasdale bowing to Sardarov immediately after the fight. We're about to get the verdict from Daniel Nasir Mirza.
Yep, no surprise there. Tajikistan's Kasim Sardarov gets it done, outworks his English opponent, and secures a bronze medal as well as a spot in the semifinals. Tajikistan really have taken off in the past couple of years. They weren't perhaps considered a huge threat previously, but now they are proper contenders.
And so from Kings 1, blue corner failing to answer the bell for the fourth and final deciding round, followed by TKO from Mexico, Diego Suarez.
In the women's cage, for the blue corner, representing our MAU, in the red corner, representing Ireland, Jordan Scully.
All right, so we are moving up to middleweight, so that is 83.9 kilograms or 185 pounds. And from the blue corner, we have Bahrain's Sultan Omarov entering the cage.
Now making his way towards cage 1 in the blue corner, represented RNNQ, Mohamed Afandi.
And there we have his opponent from Germany, Karim El Waibi. Germany tend to be pretty stable in the IMMAFs, but they definitely have a tough test ahead of them here. We all know Bahrain are among the top year after year, and I gotta say, Sultan Omarov looks pretty big, nice and compact. Well, seeing them here next together, so does El Wahibi. The German contingency here showing some support for El Wahibi. Stand switches there from the German. Oh, that was a hard leg kick. You could hear the thud on that one. I feel like my thigh hurts just hearing it. There's a takedown attempt from Omarov. We knew it was coming. And there he gets his opponent to the ground. So in half guard here, it looks like a little hard to see from this angle. Body head strikes from the Bahraini. Interesting English instructions from a German corner. Not quite sure why. But they are calling for space, and I'm inclined to agree. El Wahibi needs some space as his Bahraini opponent, Omarov, slowly starts advancing position here. But guard re-established there for El Wahibi. Oh, he gives up his back. He's got to be careful, but just 10 seconds left, so. Oh, those are some hard strikes there from Omarov. I'll tell you, Omarov packs some power. You can tell just by the way he throws strikes and the way that he drove his opponent down to the ground. Mr. Simon Head, what are your thoughts?
You know, sometimes when you see a fighter in the cage, you just think, they're just hard. They're just tough. That is Sultan Omarov. He's just fundamentally strong everywhere. Every punch he throws has got bad intentions. Everything has got a point, and it's powerful. You know, there's no feeling out process. He makes his move. It's decisive. And Karim El Waibi is in a world of trouble right now. I think, you know, he's in the fight, but he has had very few successes so far, and somehow he's got to penetrate the defences of this Bahrainian contender who looks like an absolute beast. He's got a job on his hands. His corner are imploring him to just keep on going, to keep on trying. But Omarov looks like an absolute monster in there right now.
Absolutely. Call Godzilla, because he's got a contender here in the form of Sultan Omarov. And like you said, Simon, he just you can tell there's power coursing through his veins. And I'm sure El-Weibi will want to keep it on the feet. Interesting, some noticeable redness on the left side of Omarov. Not entirely sure where that came from, but clearly El-Weibi has had success with striking. Oh, that may have been a bit of a tactical error. He threw inside leg kick pretty far out. Now once again, he is on the canvas. See if El-Weibi can work his way back up to his feet.
And now taking his way towards cage 2.
Omarov just staying so heavy here on top. Just some really intense pressure here from top position. And of course, we got the excellent Alexander Lunga in charge of the action. Okay, the German has re-established guard, which will definitely help a bit, but all the same, he is still on the canvas with his opponent in his guard. Nice trigger from Omarov, passes to half guard. Decent body head shots there. Oof. Well, Mr. Head, the second round looked quite a lot like the first. What do you think?
I have no idea what Bahraini is for rinse and repeat, but that's exactly what we got in round 2. Sultan Omarov absolutely bossing it once again. El-Weibi doing a decent enough job of avoiding major danger. He was able to stay in guard, keep Omarov in guard for large portions of that, but there was no way out. There was no way out. He couldn't check out of that position, and he now finds himself really behind the 8 ball heading into round 3 against a guy who appears to have very few weaknesses, and he needs to produce something out of this world to get Omarov out of there and find his way through to the semi-finals. But we have seen some spectacular things in case 3. We've said it before. We've seen favourites get upset in shocking fashion. Not sure we're going to see it this time, but 3 minutes. We've got 3 minutes to find out.
Well, if we are going to get a crazy Hollywood-like turnaround, it will be in cage 3. I assure you that. Let's see here. El-Weibi, yeah, I like the pressure that he's putting. Obviously, it's hard to go for takedowns when you're taking a step back. Nice jab to the body there for El-Wabi. Oh, that was a hard strike that got through there for Omarov. But El-Wabi still game, staying mobile. I'd like to see a little bit of a slip there. Oh, is that? Oh man, talk about scooting the floor from out under you. That may have been a very decisive slip there, and it is unfortunate, but those things happen. Yes, El-Wabi needs to use the cage as an ally. Work his way up. I love the energy coming from the German corner, but let's face it, El-Wabi has got a mountain to climb here. Oh, look at this. Omarov might be trying to isolate an arm triangle there. It looks for a moment like he was trying to do that. Seems to have abandoned it now, but hard knees to the midsection there as well. El-Wabi really trying here to get up. If nothing else, it would be a moral victory if he could get back up to his feet. Almost. Oh, some hard strikes there, though. It's just like everything Omarov does comes with ill intentions. There's malice behind every shot. And that was a dominant performance. Credit to the heart and resilience of El-Wabi, but yeah, once again, we saw some one-way traffic here.
Dominant stuff, wasn't it? Sultan Omarov of Bahrain getting the job done. I'm certain we will get a unanimous decision verdict on the scorecards as it is announced, which will be pretty imminent, I would imagine. But that was a super impressive performance from Sultan Omarov. He progresses to the semi-finals. He guarantees himself at least a bronze medal. And given the man's all-around abilities, it could well be more. There we go. Daniel Nasir Mirza makes it official. Sultan Omarov is in the final four at 185 pounds.
All right, yeah, there you have it. Sultan Omarov will face either Yusuf Magomedov of the RMMAU or Ramston Edwin Rodriguez of India. And those two gentlemen are about to get into the cage. Okay, there we have the RMMAU's Yusuf Magomedov making his way into the cage. Also a very compact build there for the Russian neutral athlete. Here we have his opponent, India's Ramston Edwin Rodriguez. All right, here we go. The final middleweight bout. Day 3, cage 3 is upon us. Immediate takedown there for the Russian neutral athlete. Rodriguez almost pushed off a little bit there, but couldn't quite get it. Half guard here is Magomedov. It's a decent ground and pounder as well. Rodriguez slowly trying to work his way up. All right, he gets back up to his feet, but Magomedov has his back. He's got to be careful. Okay, I look like Omarov was trying to sink in the hooks from a back mount. And Rodriguez really holding on to his opponent's left arm. Trying to stop the advancer. Let's see. Oh, that was a hard strike that got through under the arm. I mean, Magomedov is just built like a fire hydrant. And I'm sure these shots are adding up. Rodriguez tried rolling there, perhaps getting out of situation. Oof, hard knee as well. Okay, slightly better position now for Rodriguez. Can he use the cage to wall walk? Okay. Shades of a previous fight in this one as well. Another very one-sided round as the RMMAU's Yusuf Magomedov takes a pretty clear lead.
It's Ramsden versus the battering ram, isn't it? It really is. Yusuf Magomedov absolutely just bowling over his opponent from India. It's a superb performance. Very different build to what we saw in the previous fight from Sultan Omarov. Very different type of athlete to look at. Much shorter, more powerful possibly. But yeah, he's really putting it to him in that first round. Dominant first round. The question now is, can he get him out of there inside 3 rounds? Can he do it inside the distance and make a statement ahead of the semi-finals? Because he is clearly the better man so far after 3 minutes.
Apt analysis, as always, from Mr. Simon Head. All right, the Indian corner calling for the right hand. Oof. It looked like it may have been more of a slip than Rodriguez dropping his opponent, but now he's right back where he was left off in the first round. And with his legs clasped together like that, it's just so hard to get back up. Oh, he's flattened out now. Yeah, Rodriguez could turn and end up on top, but there you have it. Magomedov recognized that was a possibility and readjusted his position accordingly. Was there some hard punches? Oh, Rodriguez has got to be careful. This is going to get stopped. I think this might get stopped soon. Oh, might be going for an armbar. No, Magomedov seems content with raining down punches. Oh, once again, and there we have it. Second round TKO finish for the RMMAU's Yusuf Magomedov. It kind of seemed like the finish was hanging in the air. That is exactly what happened. Another dominant bout here at middleweight at cage 3. What do we have for Mr. Simon Head?
What we have is a superb semi-final in prospect. Magomedov against Omarov for a place in the final. That is going to be an absolute banger of a bout at 185 pounds. Two guys with a lot of power, two guys who know nothing more than to just come forward, be aggressive, and be on the attack. Really looking forward to seeing how that one pans out. It should be one of the standout matchups on semi-final day. So definitely one to keep an eye on as the tournament progresses. But this cage has just delivered entertainment every single time. It's either been great finishes or back and forth wars, surprise results, dominant performances. We've had a little bit of everything here, and we're about to get the verdict.
There we have it. Semi-final spots secured here for the RMMAU's Yusuf Magomedov. And what a semi-final bout that will be, Magomedov versus Omarov. And we're moving up to light heavyweight for this next one. Our 20th out of 23 bouts here at cage 3 today. All right, so here we have Ukraine's Dmitry Babinsky at the prep point, getting ready to enter the cage. There he enters, the 2021 World Cup bronze medalist, Dmitry Babinski. And there's his opponent, the Swede, Danielle Karlsson. Seems like Karlsson has won the tattoo contest out of these two anyway. And here we go. Danielle Karlsson scored a very nice finish yesterday to get to this spot here today. And Babinski, of course, did very well in the 2021 World Cup, securing the bronze. Faced some very tough opposition getting there. Oh, look at that. Karlsson throws a kick, but gets taken down. And he is back up. There's some quick reflexes there. Oh, shoots for a takedown on a single, and he gets it. Looks like Babinski was trying to work on something from the bottom. Might have abandoned it now. Swedish corner calling for ground and pound. Nice job of Babinski getting back to his feet. Nice knee in the clinch there as well. He's gotta watch his neck though. So he doesn't get stuck in a guillotine. Oh, nice, gets a takedown, but look at that. Babinski almost reversed the positions. And Danielle Karlsson has Swedish UFC veteran Bessam Youssef in his corner, delivering wisdom. Oh! Nice job there from both fighters. Babinski briefly reversed positions, but Karlsson rolled with it and now is on top in side control, unbothered with any grips. Let's see if he now lets loose some ground and pound. All right, there we have it. Nice end to the round for the Swede, who managed to roll with it and end up in side control. Mr. Simon Head, what are your thoughts?
It was a weird one, that first round. It was almost like a round-long single takedown attempt from Danielle Karlsson, because he shot for the takedown relatively early, but Babinski immediately went for the neck, had enough of it that Karlsson really couldn't follow through and complete the takedown the way he needed. He was on top, but he was on the defensive at that point. Eventually, he managed to get his neck free and was able to achieve some top position, but by the time he did, the round had almost completely expired. So they cancelled each other out quite a lot during the course of that first round. Tough one to score. Do you go with the fact that Carlson's pushing the pressure, trying to get the takedown, or do you go with the fact that Babinski was going for the neck, albeit in a defensive state? So tough one to score that. This is still anyone's fight heading into round 2.
Great assessment there. And here we go with round 2. It's left hand, or sorry, right hand there for Carlson. Solid inside leg kick as well. Oh, that was a heavy leg kick there from the Ukrainian Babinski. Oh, nice right hook there, though. Definitely got a reaction out of Babinski. Bit of a telegraph. Oh, nice lateral drop there for Babinski. Executed perfectly. And let's see what he can accomplish here from top position with plenty of time to work. Looks like Carlson might be trying to work for a guillotine here. No, let's go with it. Decent shots there from Babinski. Carlson is almost up completely. Some knees to the thighs there from Babinski. And now the Ukrainian contingency showing support for their fighter. Okay, a much better round, or clearer round rather, for the Ukrainian Babinski, who established quite a bit of top control and some ground and pound. So I guess it's perhaps 1-1 going into the third, or what do you say, Simon?
Yeah, it's a really tricky one from that first round. How they've scored that, it's very difficult to kind of assess how that one went. But round 2, much clearer. Dmitry Babinski showing us the sort of form that took him to the 2021 bronze medal at the World Cup. He wins today, he doubles up on bronze medals. So we'll see if we can complete the feat by having a good third round. But Daniel Carlson is not out of this fight. He landed a couple of really solid shots early on. If he can keep the fight upright and can get Babinski to just respect his striking a little bit, you never know. It only these are big individuals in the cage. It only takes one clean shot and the fight could completely change. But right now, it's pole position advantage for Babinski.
I'm in agreement there. I think that Carlson might benefit from keeping it standing. I'm a little bit surprised that he shot to the ground when he landed, especially that right hook, which is really on money. Nice little combo there for Babinski. Solid inside leg kick from the Swede, though. Swedish corner asking Carlson to unleash the right hand. He almost seems to have it cocked, yeah. Quick stance switch there for Carlson, and Babinski really pressing forward here. Tries kicking out the feet from the Swede, but instead they wind up in clinch up against the fence once more. Oh, look at that. Jockey for position here. Who will wind up on top? Oh, look at that. Right into an armbar, and there is the tap. Excellent work from the 2021 World Cup bronze medalist. Just as he was taken down, he managed to turn things around and secure that armbar. And this is why Babinski got this bronze medal last time. And you can see he makes those adjustments. Always dangerous, whether it's the first round or the last. Mr. Head, what are your thoughts?
He had to take risks in that last round, Daniel Carlson. He had to go for it. Credit to him. He did. He went for it. Unfortunately, it didn't pan out for him. And Babinski will progress to the semis. There was actually a third round finish, and it was Babinski with the armbar. Great performance from him. As Seb said just on commentary, he adjusted well, found a way to get that finish, and he heads into the semi-finals. He has a bronze medal secured, so he's matched his achievement in the 2021 World Cup. Can he go one better or even two better? He's one win away from the final and a guaranteed silver. And once you're in the final, you've got to go for gold, Seb.
Comments on point as always. All right, you better make way for the big boys because the heavyweights are about to take center stage. As we will see Nel Ariano of France against Khalil Ibn Kazarov from the RMMAU. All right, there we have the giant Frenchman, Nel Ariano, entering the cage. And he certainly looked good yesterday here at cage 3. As he finished his opponent, Alexander Lutu, in the very first round with some brutal ground and pound. And here we have the Russian neutral athlete, Khalil Ibn Kazarov. Considering the size of these two gentlemen, if you blink, you just might miss it. Ariano, oh, that was a nice right hand. Connected right off the bat for Ibn Khazarov.
Envoie-le le bras avant. Pas gentil.
Lève les mains.
Quand il part, c'est pour toucher. Fort.
Voilà.
Très bien dit. Tu restes dans cette
And Ariano really pressuring forward, but Ibn Khazarov doing a good job of keeping him at bay, lunging forward with these attacks to sort of stop the French advance. Oh, what a takedown. That was beautiful work there from the Russian neutral athlete.
Relève-toi vite. Le coude passe à l'intérieur. Oui, refais face. Oui.
Voilà,
On y
c'est
est.
bien, c'est bien.
Le poignet, la projection. On y est.
Le poignet, le poignet. Allez, isole le poignet.
Good punches in the clinch there, and they separate. A nice job
Ça lui a coûté beaucoup d'énergie. On
for
continue.
Ariano getting back to his feet.
Ne laisse pas récupérer avec ces trucs.
Lève tes
Très
mains.
bien dit.
Rentre le menton, lève tes mains.
Voilà. Continue. Il veut gagner du temps. Voilà. Oui. C'est exactement ça, Nick.
Lève tes mains.
Oh, spinning back fist there, but mostly hits the side of the body.
Lève tes mains.
Le 1 et le 2. En ligne.
Solid leg kick as well.
Oui. Oui.
Takedown attempt stuffed by the Frenchman. Good knee to the body as well.
Oui.
Le poignet. Le poignet.
Oui.
Oh, that was a hard strike in the clinch there from the Russian neutral athlete.
Au corps. Au plexus.
Lève les mains.
They are just swinging leather here.
Lève les mains.
Une minute.
Spinning back fist to the midsection as well connects, but
Et on
I mean,
continue
I'll tell you,
à-
Ariano looks unfazed. Both these fighters do.
Et il nous reste une minute. Lève le bras avant.
Another right hand just barely clipped Ariano.
Super. Prends fort.
There's another takedown attempt, and Ibn Khazarov gets it. Much more well-established top position this time.
Pose la main au sol.
See if Ariano can make his way back up.
Sors loin. Il nous reste 30 secondes, Nil. Faut pousser ses hanches.
Oh, look at that, advancing to full mount. Ibn Khazarov really putting his French foe in danger.
Garde-le proche. Garde-le proche. Ceinture-le. Ceinture-le. Voilà. Ceinture-le. 20 secondes. Ceinture-le, Nil. Ceinture-le. On a perdu le round, c'est pas grave. Ceinture-le.
Respire,
Ceinture-le.
ceinture, ceinture.
10 secondes.
Final 10 seconds. Oh, last-ditch armbar attempt. Oh, that looks tight. Oh, my goodness! That, it looked like Nel Ariano's arm. Holy smokes, he is, okay, that looked for a moment like the Frenchman's arm broke. At a bit of a loss for words right now. Simon, can you fill in the blanks?
I can only assume that we were undone by our viewing angle, because from where we sat, it looked like he completely hyperextended his elbow. I can only assume that the angle wasn't quite as we thought it was, and it just bent in the correct direction, because he's looking relatively calm and composed in the corner right now. But one thing is for sure, that was most certainly Ibn Khazarov's round, and a good round at that. So now Ariano knows he's got to up things in the second round, start to let his hands go, and make a real impression on the RMMAU athlete, because that was a big round for Ibn Khazarov.
Yep, sometimes position is everything, including the position you sit in while you watch MMA, because, yeah, it looked horrific, but it absolutely was not. So one thing I would like to see is a little bit more striking volume from Ariano. He's stalking forward. Oh, big swings there. But yeah, I think his takedowns would be a lot more successful if he just fired off some more shots before shooting.
Oui, oui, sois patient, oui. Super, super. On continue là-dessus. Et il y a Lucas que de bras arrière aussi, n'oublie pas. Oui,
Voilà,
allez.
il recule.
Oui.
Looked like a right hand. Oh, he slipped a couple times now, has Ariano. But I mean, I guess when you're swinging your whole body weight towards your opponent, if you don't connect, then you might be the one going down.
Bats-toi, Nil. Oh, bats-toi. On y va. Allume-le, on y va.
Oh, that was a nice right hand that got through for a Frenchman.
Faut aller le chercher. C'est un combat, Nil.
Ton menton, rentre ton menton. Shoot en bas, bim bam. Shoot en bas, bim bam. Voilà.
Woo. Heavy shots, and look at that. Ibn Khazarov once again drives his opponent to the ground.
Bouge les hanches, bouge les hanches. Bouge, survie.
Bouge, allez, travaille. Travaille.
Bonne survie. Nil.
Travaille, Nil, s'il te plaît.
Très bien, très bien, très bien.
Isole pas le bras. Allez, bouge, Nil, s'il te plaît.
On est à la moitié, Nil. Bras gauche en dessous, on sort les hanches. En dessous, le bras gauche. En dessous, sors les hanches vers moi. Sors les hanches vers moi.
Allez, tu sais faire, Nil, tu sais faire.
Nil, il faut mettre tes pieds au sol.
Voilà.
Il faut mettre tes pieds au sol pour l'appui. Il faut mettre tes pieds au sol pour l'appui. Nil. Il faut que tu inverses tes hanches vers moi. Oui.
Oh, nice work there from Ariano. Gets up from bottom position, but so does Ibn Khazarov.
Lève tes mains, s'il te plaît. Il est mort, Nil, putain.
Big deep breath there from a Russian neutral athlete.
Méchant. Méchant. Genou, Nil. Lève tes mains. Lève tes mains, méchant. Méchant, Nil.
Quand il va attaquer, violence frôle.
Méchant.
Violence frôle. Non, non.
Oh, and once again, Ariano, or albeit briefly,
30 secondes.
managed to
30
avoid the
secondes.
bottom position, but Ibn Khazarov really forces his opponent to the ground where he wants him.
Pousse son aisselle.
Travaille, Nil.
Nil, pousse son aisselle et sort ta hanche, oui. Pousse cette aisselle. Pousse son aisselle.
15 secondes, travaille, s'il te plaît.
Final 10 seconds. Okay, there we go. Second round in the books. Good round for Ibn Khazarov, though I will say both fighters definitely had their moments. Mr. Head, what do you think?
Now Ariano needed to do something in that round just to establish some sort of foothold, and he did. He got his striking going, and when he was throwing strikes and staying at range, he was having some success. He landed some great straight shots up against the cage, up close to us here at the side of cage 3. But he has got this tendency to smother his work a little bit and just step in a little bit too much. That opened the door for Ibn Khazarov, and again, once it goes to the mat, he's in Ibn Khazarov's world. So did a good job of getting out of trouble on the mat there. Managed to escape there and do a decent job of staying out of trouble. But he's not winning the fight when the fight's on the mat. When he's standing, he might have a chance, but he's got to control the range. If he controls the range and gets his strikes off, that's the only chance he's got, I think, at this point. He's probably 2 rounds down on the cards. He needs a knockout to win this.
Yep, I think so too. I think it is 2-0 to the RMMAU. And I think that perhaps Ariano is trying too hard to go for that one big knockout shot. I think if he sort of toned down the intensity a little bit, focused a bit more on combinations, then I think the knockout will naturally present itself. Good sprawl.
Encore. Genou. Lève les mains.
All right, they separate again, but good start for Ariano.
Allez, à toi. Va la chercher.
He's going to need more than a good start. He's going to need a good finish to get the victory.
Descendre, attention. Oh, ça c'est blessant. Méchant. Tu lui marches
Nice
dessus.
stiff jab there from Ariano.
Encore, Nil. Méchant. Encore.
Ariano's turning it up. Yeah, he looks good now, and I think Ibn Khazarov is hurt.
Vas-y, allez.
These shots are adding up for sure. I think he should put a knee to the body as well, perhaps.
Encore, Nil.
Yeah, Ibn Khazarov looks labored. Couldn't get the takedown there. Solid knee. Oh, wow. Yeah, Ariano is really starting to turn the tide here.
Il est au bout. Il est au bout.
Oh, but look at that nice work from Ibn Khazarov. turns the corner and gets the back and the top position. Just when things were looking bleak for him. And in full mount now. Full mount now. Ibn Khazarov has really retaken the position here. He's trying to get the rear naked choke. Ariana looks a little deflated here. Okay, the referee calling for work despite Ibn Khazarov having a back mount.
Allez, s'il te plaît.
And it looks like Ibn Khazarov is going to ride this out to victory. There we have it. From the brink of defeat, it looked like Ibn Khazarov was going to get sent crashing to the canvas. Instead, he spends the last parts of the last round riding out his opponent. Mr. Head, what are your thoughts?
The first half of that round was exactly what the doctor ordered for Nel Ariano. Exactly what I said between rounds. He needs to keep the space. He needs to let his hands go and not smother his work. That's what he did. He did a great job of doing that. Then maybe he got a little overexcited. He thought, okay, there's a finish here potentially, because Ibn Khazarov visibly slowed down. And but he smothered his work again. It gave him a chance at the takedown. The fight went to the mat, and with it went the chance of victory, in my opinion. But the opinion that matters is the one of the three judges at cage side. How will they see it? Will it be France in the blue corner, or will it be the RMMAU in the red? Daniel Moza has the scorecard.
Yep, there you have it. The RMMAU's Khalil Ibn Khazarov snatches victory from the jaws of defeat. He took some heavy shots there, but managed to keep focused. Okay, we are at men's junior heavyweight, a battle between Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan. From Uzbekistan, we have Asurbek Anvarjanov against Kazakhstan's Nuradil Kayrbergenuli.
Kocaeli kılın içeri. Kullu kurtaramaz. Evet. Bir bunu önerişler. Kursatın. Harraktır.
Okay, here we go. Men's junior heavyweight action commences. Oh, that was a nice high kick there from Anvarjanov. Oh, and a quick takedown as well. Wow, look at this. How about a strong start here for Anvarjanov? Oh, some of those shots look to be at the back of the head.
Yana yıkıtamaz.
Looks like Karbergenuli was going for a ride there. Oh, looks like a rear naked choke. Might be in, not even without any hooks in, but with that heavyweight squeeze, you might, sometimes power can outwork technique. But I mean, this start for Asrorbek Anvarjanov is just insane. He came into this fight like a bat out of hell, not letting up, fighting like he's got some place to be.
Turuzma.
And the Kazakhstani fighter, I mean, really trying hard to get out from under this. He's doing a lot of things correct, but I mean, it's just that intense pressure for an Anvarjanov that is really hard to deal with. Okay, and they separate following a bit of a guillotine defense there from the Kazakhstani fighter. At this pace, I sincerely doubt this fight is going to the judges' scorecards. Oh, what an onslaught here from Anvarjanov. Brutal shots here. Whew. That was a crazy start to this junior heavyweight fight. I mean, Asrorbek Anvarjanov fighting like he had placed a large wager on a first round finish, and he looked very close to getting it, but some definite resilience from Nuradil Kayrbergeneli. Mr. Simon Head, what are your thoughts?
My goodness me. Asrorbek Anvarjanov fighting like a man with an early dinner reservation. Absolutely going hell for leather in that first round. The question now is, how much has he got left? Because he gave absolutely everything. Every single punch was with full power, no setup shots. Everything was intended to knock his man out. Now, Kayrbergeneli may not have done too much in that round in terms of offensive work. What he did do was survive. How will it look in round two? Anvarjanov is sitting flat on the canvas with his legs out straight. He's just getting up now. His cardio, if he can keep this pace up for 3 rounds, my goodness me. But it's going to be a big test to see just how this fight goes as the pace inevitably, surely, starts to drop in the second round.
All right, let's see. I'm in agreement with Simon Head here. I think the pace has got to slow down a little bit. And yeah, look, Anvarjanov a little bit on the defensive now. He might have burned himself out a little bit there in the first. Nice left hand though. Oh! Looked like both fighters connected there. Anvarjanov staying heavy here. Heavy knees to the thighs there as well. And once again, the power on display from Aswarbek and Varjanov. Truly something to behold. Slow down a little bit, which is understandable. You cannot go 100% for 3 rounds. And I think he's realized that his opponent, Nuradil Kair Bergenuli, is a tough customer who won't get finished quite that easily. Oh, nice little 1-2 there from Anvarjanov. And Anvarjanov, he looks kind of like angry in his exchange. He really bites down on that mouthpiece and just goes for it. He's taking a couple steps back now, though, and look at that. His opponent seizes the opportunity. And now it's Kair Bergenuli on top. I feel like both of them have landed strikes to the back of the head. Oh, look at that. Oh, this is close to being stopped. Wow, look at that. Coming back from a hellacious first round, Nuradil Kair Bergenuli turns things around. TKOs his opponent in the second round. Wow, I mean, there is something to be said of the resilience of Kair Bergenuli. Slow and steady sometimes, in fact, does win the race. What do you have to say, Mr. Head?
This sport is crazy, isn't it? It really is. It was absolute one-way traffic in round 1. And Varjanov absolutely bossing it. But we said, how will he do in round 2? And we just saw Kair Bergenuli produced a superb turnaround. Amazing stuff. There we go, there we have it. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what you call a come-from-behind victory. He was getting absolutely battered in the first round. Now he has a bronze medal at least at the 2021 IMMAF World Championships. We're down to our last fight, Seb, and it's the one that half the arena is going to be around this cage for, because I'll let you set it up. This is the moment that a lot of people around this building have been waiting for all week. The return of a phenom.
Absolutely. Pasha Karkachev once again returns. He was one of the most heralded heavyweights on the IMMAF scene right now. Incredibly impressive credentials, defending 2-time world champion and a Sambo judo specialist. He also packs quite the punch. He has delivered several knockouts. All right, so here we have Pasha Karkachev. And he is a super heavyweight. He is a big guy, and believe it or not, but he's actually dropped from 175 kilograms to 155. So he's still enormous. He's still a big heavyweight. And as mentioned, he packs a really heavy punch. And you can hear the support for him here. And he lost weight because he was disappointed with his performance in 2019, despite the fact that he won the gold. And there's nothing wrong with a little bit of self-criticism when it serves a purpose of improving. And here we have his opponent, Murad Jamaldinov, looking to play spoiler. Looks unfazed so far. Touch of gloves, and here we go in this super heavyweight bout between Bahrain and Russia. Oh! Heavy overhand right there to counter the leg kick. And the finish to this could very well be quick and violent. Heavy leg kick there from. Whew. As mentioned, Karkachev, a two-time defending super heavyweight champion. His opponent, Jamaldinov, still in the fight, keeping himself composed and collected. Oh! That was a heavy right hand that got through for Karkachev. And it's already bloodied up Jamaldinov right by the eye. And the crowd in attendance here, it's like this is the main event for the whole day. Tell you, I wish I had hype men like the fans here in support of Pasha Karkachev. Oh, another heavy overhand right, but you know what? Murad Jamaldinov eats it. I do think that cut by his eye is giving him some issues, though. He's been wiping it several times, and it is in a bad spot for sure. Oh, a left hand connects as Jamaldinov tries to enter. I think Jamaldinov would do good to throw a couple of fakes. Maybe gauge, draw that overhand right, and then counter. And Karkachev talking to his opponent now. He said something to him. Oh, but that was a nice 1-2 there from Jamaldinov, though. Kick there as well. Oh, his eye seems to be filled with blood. I almost... And they seem to be talking to each other. Yeah, I was just thinking, I do not like the look of that eye. I think with the amount of blood in his eye, that may very well be impeding his vision. Yeah, Pasha Karkachev wants the fight to be called off. We'll see what the attending cage side physicians say here about it. I'm not a doctor, but that does look bad. Looks like Murad Jamaldinov might actually continue the fight. Okay, they're gonna continue, it seems. All right, well, let's see. Oh! Heavy lead hook there for Pasha Karkachev. Solid leg kick there, and body kick as well. Okay, for a while it didn't feel like that fight would go to a second round, and I'm pretty sure I've been holding my breath for every striking exchange in anticipation of a potential brutal knockout, but this fight has gone to a second round. Mr. Simon Head, what are your thoughts on what just surpassed?
Some pretty heavy-duty ammunition being thrown in there. I mean, kudos to Murad Jamaldinov for carrying on after that eye injury, which was pretty bad from where we're sitting, but also for taking those shots and answering back. This is not complete one-way traffic, Seb. He is throwing offense back of his own. Beautiful body kick just in the last 10-15 seconds of the round as well. But it is all about one man. There's a singing section in the gallery just up there, just sort of setting him up for his strikes. Around the arena, I wish you could see, there's a crowd around the outside of this cage, all the officials from the other cages. There are other members of the teams. They're all here to see this incredible spectacle that we're having unfolding in front of us right now. And we're in round two. Who thought we would see that?
Well, I'll tell you, Godzilla vs. King Kong premiered earlier this year, but I say we're seeing it inside the cage here at the IMMAF 2021 World Championships. These truly are two Goliaths going at it here. Okay, it looked like Jamaldinov was going to go for a spinning attack. You typically don't see a whole lot of those from super heavyweights. Okay, Jamaldinov actually landed in that exchange there. And it kind of seems like he's got a little bit of momentum. Strike to the body for Jamaldinov. Oof. He's got to be careful though when he goes for that straight right to the body. He does leave himself open for a left hook from his opponent. Oh! Hard exchange there. Looked like both fighters connected. Oh, oh! Look at that. Jamaldinov landed a great shot on Karkachev. Oh, and look, there's the takedown. Oh, looks like we might see a submission finish to this. Instead, look at that. Karkachev trying to isolate the left arm of his opponent. Not getting it, though. Oof. Heavy ground and pound here, and with all respect to Murad Jamaldinov's grappling, getting a 155 kilogram man off of you is no easy feat, no matter how good your grappling is. I think that is, oh, passes to full mount. Oh, heavy shots here from the top. But look, Jamaldinov trying to get up. Oh. Wow, look at that. Jamaldinov back to his feet. He is not here to be part of somebody else's highlight reel. He came here to fight. Mr. Head, we got ourselves a fight on our hands.
You are not kidding, my friend. This is incredible stuff. I mean, how the hell does he get up with a 300+ pound man on his back? That's the first question I want the answer to. Also, our friend and doyen of all things IMMAF, Jordan Curran, has just informed me that Pasha barely trains. He's as big as he is and as strong as he is. The only real training he's been doing is to trim down to the weight that you see right now inside the cage, because he wasn't that impressed with his previous performances in the European Open, I think it was. And yeah, this is him straight out the box. But you've got to give credit to the RMMA opponent, because Jamaldinov is giving as good as he gets, and he's doing an incredible job of A, sticking in there and taking a power, and B, landing some great stuff of his own. Some of his, arguably, he's throwing the better combinations of the two. They've just got to work their shots a little bit better, but my goodness me, this is a remarkable. I've watched a lot of fights during my career. I don't think I've seen anything quite like this, and everybody around this arena is completely gripped by what we've got in front of us right now.
Absolutely, you could not have said it better, Mr. Head. It looked like the doctors are taking another look at Murad Jamaldinov's eye, but he seems good to go, and he's acting good to go. I mean, like you said, Simon, he really is throwing some solid combinations. He's not backing down. He's not intimidated by the status that Pasha Karkachev has. Solid lead body kick and a nice leg kick as well. Oh! Both fighters connected there. Oh, look at that. Pasha Karkachev just powers his opponent down, takes her back, and now will unleash some heavy ground and pound. But we did see Jamaldinov get up before. Can he do so again? And I imagine it can't be easy to find training partners at super heavyweight. So you wonder how much you can really drill these types of positions properly. Jamaldinov almost completely back to his feet now, and oh, only for a second. Pasha Karkachev gets him down. Jamaldinov really trying to get back to his feet, but I mean, when you have a 155 kilo monster on top of you, that is just so hard to do. Wow, oh! Pasha Karkachev takes his opponent for a ride. Looked like Jamaldinov was trying to say something to the referee, not quite sure what. He might have lost his mouthpiece or something. Okay. It fell out, but he put it back in. Both fighters very tired now. It's been two pretty intense rounds so far. Okay, final 10 seconds, and look, they're kind of ending the fight early. Okay. I mean, I did not think this was going to go to a judge's decision. But, I mean, look at this. What a fight. I did not expect that. And I'm sure Pasha Karkachev will win a decision. But that air of invincibility, not really there anymore. I feel that Murad Jamaldinov really deserves a lot of credit for his performance here tonight. What do you think, Simon?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, to go that distance and come out relatively unscathed. I mean, that eye is looking pretty nasty, but you saw the respect. There we go, Pasha gets the win. But the thing there was the respect at the end. Pasha stepped back and basically conceded that the fight was going to go the distance with the sort of 10, 15 seconds to go. And I don't want to hit this guy anymore. He's taken everything I've got. I'll shake the man's hand and pick him up off the canvas. And we can stand together for the final announcement. Pure class, and what a way to finish day 3 here in Abu Dhabi at the World Championships. And started with the flyweight or strawweights at the start of the day, and now we finished with the big boys, and it was quite the experience. And I appreciate you having me alongside to do a bit of commentary, Seb. It's the first time I've ever done this, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. And seeing these fights up close has been a real experience.